Chapter 5303. The reason why Huang Fuzun didn't dare to make a move was that he didn't want his master to hate him and provoke the Eastern Wasteland demon race. The Eastern Wasteland demon race was different from the Ghost Emperor of the North. The Eastern Wasteland demon race also had more Emperor Realm experts than the North. On the surface, there were already 5 Emperor Realm experts in the ancient cities. No one knew how many more Emperor Realm experts were lurking in the Eastern Wasteland. Even Huang Fuzun would have to run away if he provoked so many Emperor Realm experts. At this time, Huang Fuzun didn't hesitate anymore. Boom! A loud noise shook the earth and mountains. Countless formation patterns appeared in the sky above Eastern Sun City. Demonic energy soared into the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Countless humans and demons in Eastern Sun City trembled in fear. Under the powerful pressure of the Emperor Realm, even Divine Realm and Divine King Realm experts were terrified. Haha, Huang Fuzun, you've got guts! Lin Xiaotian was overjoyed inside the Immortal Cloud House. Ancestor, is this Huang Fuzun really a fool? King Dong said. Huang Fuzun obviously knew that Huang Fuzun was trying to provoke him, but he still did it. This guy can't take the provocation. Lin Xiaotian said with a serious expression. He was also a little surprised. Did this Huang Fuzun really think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had Gu Fei's support? Gu Fei was very strong, but if he became the public enemy of the world, he wouldn't be able to defeat all the experts in the world, no matter how strong he was. Lin Xiaotian's plan was being carried out step by step, and everything was developing in the direction he expected. However, he still felt a little uneasy. This was the feeling that a peak Emperor Realm expert had towards the impending danger. However, he couldn't tell where the danger was coming from. At this time, the entire Eastern Sun City was already in a mess. Lang Shan's general had also climbed up the East Gate Tower with his bodyguards. Lang Tianhao was definitely the #1 expert in Eastern Sun City. He had just returned from outside the city half a day ago, and he was an early Emperor Realm expert. Lang Shan, this fellow, had the support of his old man and jumped out again. He kept a low profile before because he knew that his old man wasn't in the city. Now that his old man was back, who was he afraid of? Who was he afraid of? In Lang Shan's eyes, an emperor was an invincible existence. However, what he didn't know was that Emperor Realm was also divided into different levels. Even peak Emperor Realm cultivators didn't dare claim to be invincible. The old monster, Huang Fuzun, is still alive. Lang Tianhao looked up at the figure in the sky and tightened his grip on his halberd. Huang Fuzun was an array emperor and was definitely not easy to deal with. General, what should we do? The city, Lord hasn't returned yet. This fellow is so ferocious. We can't stop him. A tall and sturdy general with a full beard beside Lang Tianhao said with a serious expression. What are you afraid of? As long as we don't go out of the city, Huang Fuzun can't do anything. He can't really break into the city, can he? Lang Tianhao was very confident. Dongyang City was one of the 5 ancient cities of the Eastern Wasteland, and its protective formation was extremely powerful. Since ancient times, who could shake the protective formation of one of the 5 ancient cities? All the generals behind Lang Tianhao didn't speak. In fact, no one could break through Dongyang City's city protection formation. Not even the array Dao ancestor of Ling Tian Palace, Hong Tian. Of course, Hong Tian ancestor was no longer a member of Ling Tian Palace. There were still many remnants of King Dong. The myriad transformation ancestor, Mu Gaofeng and Mr. Qiu Shui were all hiding. Of course, these guys would never dare to go against Gu Fei unless they felt that they were tired of living and wanted to die. That would be a different story. Boom! With another loud bang, countless formation runes appeared in the sky above Dongyang City. The power of the protective formation blocked Huang Fuzun's attack. Shocking collisions kept ringing as Huang Fuzun tried to make a move. As a result, Countless creatures in the city were scared out of their wits. It has to be said that for countless years, there were very few people who dared to attack Dongyang City. Today, someone actually came directly to their door. How could the creatures in the city not be shocked? Huang Fuzun is too cautious. Outside the city, Gufei's avatar sitting on the top of the mountain shook his head when he saw Huang Fuzun constantly changing positions in the sky and attacking the protective formation of Dongyang City from time to time. With Huang Fuzun's strength, it was impossible to break the protective formation of Dongyang City by force. Unless Huang Fuzun used the formation to slowly wear it down, it might be possible to break the protective formation of Dongyang City. However, Huang Fuzun was about to make his move. Gufei's avatar was still watching the show. He originally wanted to play around, but in the end he still couldn't help but kill Feng Guang. He couldn't help it. Since he couldn't play around, he would just watch the show. Let's see how many big shots Huang Fuzun could attract. Hand over Lin Xiaotian and I'll leave. Huang Fuzun's voice spread throughout Dongyang City. Who is Lin Xiaotian? So he's here to find Lin Xiaotian. It has nothing to do with us. Then hand him over. Dongyang City was suddenly in an uproar. Even Lang Tianhao, who was guarding the East Gate Tower, was shocked. Lin Xiaotian, Lang Tianhao was shocked and angry. Another old antique. Lang Tianhao was also in the Emperor realm. Although Lin Xiaotian had hidden his name for a long time, he had still heard of his name. Lin Xiaotian was a ruthless man. In the distant past, this guy killed his way to Ling Tian Palace alone and shocked the world. At that time, Lang Tianhao was still a small figure in the Wolf clan. The generals behind Lang Tianhao couldn't sit still anymore. Handing over Lin Xiaotian would save Dongyang City from a disaster. I know what you're thinking, Lang Tianhao said in a deep voice. General, what are we waiting for? The bearded general said anxiously. We can't go. Lang Tianhao sighed. He naturally knew where Lin Xiaotian was, Yunxian House. But Lin Xiaotian was a ruthless man, and he was no match for him at all. Why? The generals behind Lang Tianhao exclaimed in shock. Because that person is Lin Xiaotian. Lang Tianhao had to admit that he was not as good as Lin Xiaotian. The generals behind Lang Tianhao were speechless. They were not stupid. Naturally, they knew Lang Tianhao's temper. It was estimated that even Lang Tianhao didn't dare to provoke that person. Even Lang Tianhao didn't dare to provoke that person. If Lang Tianhao went to find him, he would probably be abused. Very well, if you don't hand over Lin Xiaotian, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 5304. In the eastern wilderness, above Dongyang City, Huang Fuzun was about to use his trump card. A ray of golden light rushed out from Huang Fuzun's body. Inside the golden light, a lotus throne rapidly grew larger, and a powerful fluctuation of origin energy erupted from the golden lotus throne. This was the lotus throne Huang Fuzun had obtained from the treasure cave on Myriad Buddha Mountain. This lotus throne was also a formation disc. Huang Fuzun didn't hesitate and directly flew into the sky. He landed on the lotus throne and sat down cross-legged on it. Boom! He immediately activated his mystic art. In the next moment, an endless amount of golden light erupted from the lotus seat of the Buddha. Within the golden light, countless runes could be vaguely seen. These golden runes were directly imprinted in the void. The countless runes were like a super big net. With the lotus throne as the center, they spread in all directions and gradually shrouded the entire Dongyang City. This guy, on the tower of the East Gate, Lang Tianhao, was shocked to the extreme when he saw the scene in the sky. This Huang Fuzun was amazing. He wanted to cover the entire Dongyang City with a formation. This is crazy. Everyone in the city raised their heads and looked up into the sky. They saw a golden light screen appear in the sky, and this golden light screen was still expanding. This madman in the cloud immortal house, Lin Xiaotian, sensed the movement above Dongyang City. He couldn't help but be shocked. Did this Huangfu Zun want to refine the entire Dongyang city with a formation? Old ancestor, isn't this good? When Feng Zun comes back, he will definitely fight with Gu Fei. Also, Feng Zun will definitely hate Gu Fei. East King's eyes were extremely sharp. He was the East King of the South and the head of the 19 vassal kings of the South. He controlled the boundless eastern territory of the South. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, he would have been the most likely to replace the wilderness and become the overlord of the South. But now, forget about the overlord of the South. Even he, the head of the 19 vassal kings of the South, had become a stray dog. King Dong naturally wanted to tear Gu Fei into pieces, but he did not have this strength. Even his ancestor, Lin Xiaotian, did not have this strength. What they could do now was to try their best to make enemies for Huangfu Zun and Gu Fei, making them the public enemy of the world. However, it was impossible to make Gu Fei the public enemy of the world. This was because the West Sea was on Gu Fei's side. The Sky Clan of Center Heaven had their primogenitor become Gu Fei's disciple. As for the Buddhist ancestor, he had been conned by Gu Fei to the point where even the myriad Buddha mountain had fallen into Gu Fei's hands. As for the North Ruins, although the North Ruins Ghost Emperor and Huangfu Zun had fought, there wasn't any great enmity between them. Who cares about those people from the Eastern Wasteland? Let's fight them first. Gu Fei was this capricious. Although his main body was still refining the Devil Tao Source in the culmination myriad Buddha mountain, his avatar could roam the world. Outrageous! Do you really think my Dongyang city is a pushover? Lang Tianhao clenched his right hand and punched at Huangfu Zun in the sky. The fist energy of an Emperor Realm expert turned into a giant white wolf that pounced at Huangfu Zun with bared fangs. Boom! After a loud explosion, the white wolf exploded when it was still hundreds of meters away from Huangfu Zun. A terrifying energy storm erupted in the sky. However, Lang Tianhao's punch couldn't shake Huangfu Zun at all. The gap between the two was too big. Lang Tianhao was only an early-stage Emperor Realm expert, but Huangfu Zun was a peak Emperor Realm expert. A peak Emperor Realm expert killing an early-stage Emperor Realm expert was as easy as crushing an ant. General, this Lang Tianhao's subordinates changed their expressions. Why isn't the old array master reacting at all? Lang Tianhao suddenly asked. Array master? His subordinates were shocked. Apart from the city Lord Phoenix Zun, there was another powerful person in Dongyang City, and that was the Array Master. The Array Master was someone who could control the defensive formation of Dongyang City. However, ever since the Array Master activated the defensive formation of Dongyang City, there had been no movement. It should be noted that the defensive formation of Dongyang City had many ways to attack. Rumble! The entire sky of Dongyang City shook. The power of Huangfu Zun's formation finally collided with the defensive formation of Dongyang City. The entire sky was filled with formation runes, and it looked like the sky was about to collapse. All the spiritual energy in the world was attracted, and the sky above Dongyang City was filled with dazzling lights. However, none of the creatures in the city were in the mood to appreciate the spectacle in the sky. They were all terrified. At this moment, an old man was sitting cross-legged in a secret chamber in the city, Lord's mansion of Dongyang City. There was a formation disc floating in front of him. On the disc was a miniature Dongyang City. At this moment, Dongyang City was surrounded by dense formation runes. This old man was the Array Master of Dongyang City. That old ghost, Huangfu Zun, is still alive. Array Master Dongyang suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was extremely sharp. I'll let you have some more fun. Array Master Dongyang sneered and closed his eyes again. Huangfu Zun was indeed worthy of being the Array Emperor. He immediately saw that the eye of the defensive formation was the city Lord's mansion. The city Lord's mansion was the center of the entire defensive formation. It was very simple to break the defensive formation of Dongyang City. All he had to do was destroy the city Lord's mansion. However, the The premise was that Huangfu Zun could enter Danyang City. However, Huangfu Zun couldn't enter Danyang City right now. Since he couldn't enter the city and destroy the city lord's mansion, he could only break the formation from the outside. This was why Huangfu Zun was going to use his ultimate move. With the formation platform in hand, Huangfu Zun's formation Dao power was finally released completely. Countless runes rushed out from the lotus seat of his Buddha throne and were imprinted in the void, forming a formation in the void. Very soon, a super formation appeared between heaven and earth. This formation really shrouded the entire Danyang City. This guy is indeed worthy of being an array emperor. In the secret chamber of the city, Lord's mansion, the old array master opened his eyes again. Huangfu Zun was the first person in the void realm to become an array emperor. All the spiritual energy in the world was gathering toward Huangfu Zun's killing formation like crazy. There were 9 vague dragon silhouettes in the sky. Each dragon silhouette gave off a powerful aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was as if a true dragon had descended from the 9 heavens. 9 dragons destroy the sky? The array master in the city, Lord's mansion, was surprised. Boom! The 9 dragon shadows began to attack the defensive formation of Danyang City. The show is about to begin. Chapter 5305. Huangfu Zun's formation Dao was related to the veins of the earth. Therefore, he cultivated the earth formation. He could draw the energy of the earth's dragon veins for his own use and change the rivers and mountains of the earth. However, Huangfu Zun's earth formation was nothing in Gu Fei's eyes. Moreover, in Gu Fei's opinion, Huangfu Zun's earth formation, Dao, had been cultivated to the extreme. He could use the power of the earth veins at will and summon the power of an earth dragon at will. In the eyes of any formation master, this was the supreme divine art of the formation Dao. It was the ultimate truth of the formation Dao that countless formation masters in the void realm yearned for. Huangfu Zun had made countless formation masters in the void realm see the hope of becoming a monarch with the formation Dao. It turned out that the formation Dao could also become a monarch. Once upon a time, Huangfu Zun was the idol of countless formation masters in the void realm. However, he suddenly disappeared when he was at the peak of his life. But now no one knew where this guy came from, and he even became the subordinate of the peerless Gu Fei. When the news that a formation emperor had become Gu Fei's subordinate spread out, countless old geezers were shocked beyond belief. They all thought that Huangfu Zun had gone mad. Now, Huangfu Zun had come to Eastern Sun City. Not only was the entire Eastern Barren territory shaken, even the attention of the other superforces in the Void Realm was focused on the Eastern Barren territory. If it was just one Huangfu Zun, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, Huangfu Zun had Gu Fei backing him up. Many people were guessing if Gu Fei was going to attack the Eastern Barren demon race. If that was the case, then there would be a good show to watch. After all, Gu Fei had just pacified the Southern Barren territory not long ago. Who knew how many lives would be lost when the war started? Moreover, if it wasn't for Gu Fei's tacit consent, Huangfu Zun wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant and come to the Eastern Barren territory to cause trouble right after fighting the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins. Actually, Huangfu Zun wasn't afraid of any demon emperor because he had Gu Fei's support. No one knew Gu Fei's strength and terror better than he did. Even the Heaven Clan and Buddha Clan of Middle Sky had no choice but to lower their heads to Li Kuang, let alone the Eastern Wasteland Demon Clan. Huangfu Zun used a formation to cover the entire Danyang City, completely sealing the ancient city. When the news spread, the people in the Phoenix Clan's territory began to panic. This was especially true for the countless creatures in Danyang City. This was because the ancient city was not self-sufficient. If the city ran out of food, it would be troublesome. Of course, there was still a lot of food stored in the ancient city. It wouldn't be a problem for them to last a month or two. Moreover, the living creatures in the city didn't need to last that long, because their Lord city, Lord, was about to return. All the living beings in the city were anxiously waiting. Formation Master Dongyang, Lang Tianhao, and the people of the Phoenix clan were all watching from the sidelines. They weren't in a hurry to act, especially Formation Master Dongyang, who was sitting cross-legged in a secret location. However, not everyone had such mental fortitude. Feng Guang had been killed, so the people of the Phoenix clan were naturally furious. A tall old man walked out from the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. He stood on top of a mountain and looked toward Dongyang City. Boom! In the next moment, a fire phoenix, even larger than the mountain, appeared on top of the mountain. Monstrous divine flames enveloped the entire sky. The powerful creatures in the surrounding mountain ridges were immediately alarmed, and countless creatures were incomparably terrified. "It's the Phoenix clan's ancestor," a great demon exclaimed. The Phoenix clan's ancestor was the strongest existence in the Phoenix clan. Even the Phoenix sovereign had to call him granduncle. "This ancestor hasn't come out for a long time, right?" The area around the Phoenix clan's ancestral land was originally deserted, but the appearance of the Phoenix clan's ancestor caused the area to become lively. There was no way it wouldn't be lively. Not everyone could withstand the might of the Phoenix clan's ancestor. The aura of an Emperor Realm expert spread out in all directions. All the living beings near the ancestral land felt as if a huge mountain was suddenly pressing down on the town. Those with weaker cultivations couldn't even straighten their backs. Fortunately, the Emperor Realm aura didn't last long, because the fire phoenix on top of the mountain soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Time flew by. The first day of Huangfu Zun's sealing of Dongyang City had passed. The area around Dongyang City was peaceful. Nothing had happened. However, early the next morning, a divine sun suddenly appeared in the sky above Dongyang City. It was like a scorching sun hanging above the city. "Is the city lord back?" "No, it seems that the ancestor is here." In the city lord's mansion, a group of Phoenix clan members excitedly rushed out of the house. The divine sun in the sky was extremely dazzling, and the temperature of the entire world kept rising. It was definitely an Emperor Realm existence. "Fengyang, old ghost, I didn't expect you to still be alive." A figure appeared opposite the divine sun in the sky. It was Huangfu Zun. "Humph, old ghost, you're not dead yet, are you?" An extremely old voice came from the divine sun. "What, do you want to practice?" Huangfu Zun sneered. "Huangfu Zun, what do you mean?" Fengyang said angrily. "What do I mean? Hand over Lin Xiaotian and I'll leave." Huangfu Zun stared at the divine sun with a serious expression. Fengyang wasn't an ordinary Emperor Realm expert. He was also an Emperor Realm expert of the same generation as Huangfu Zun and had lived for countless years. He was also the ancestor of the Phoenix clan in the Eastern Barren Territory, and his cultivation was extremely powerful. There were many elders in the Void Realm, such as the Dragon clan of the West Sea and the Phoenix clan of the Eastern Barren Territory. It was because of these elders that these super clans could continue to exist. Lin Xiaotian, why is that old guy in the Eastern Barren Territory? Fengyang was surprised to hear this. "Ha, brother Fengyang, how have you been?" Just at this moment, a loud laugh came from Dongyang City. Fengyang was really surprised. Hadn't this guy disappeared for a long time? Why did he jump out again? And he was still in Dongyang City. "Huangfu, old ghost, let me ask you one thing. Did you kill Feng Guang of my clan?" Fengyang stared at Huangfu Zun with eyes as sharp as lightning. "What did you say? What Feng Guang? With my status, why would I attack a junior I don't know?" Huangfu Zun was unhappy. He was an Emperor Realm expert, the Emperor of Array. How could he do something that was beneath his status? "Fine. Since that's the case, Huangfu Old Ghost and Lin Xiaotian, your personal grudges have nothing to do with my Phoenix clan. Find a place to settle them. Don't make trouble in Dongyang City." Fengyang said coldly. "Humph. Old Ghost Fengyang, you've lived for countless years. Can't you see it? Doesn't Lin Xiaotian want to drag your Phoenix clan down with him? Huang Fuzun sneered. What did you say? Chapter 5306. The old ancestor of the Phoenix clan hadn't come out for thousands of years. Many experts of the same generation as him even thought that he had died. But now, the old ancestor of the Phoenix clan came out again, which directly shocked the entire eastern wilderness. However, the old ancestor of the Phoenix clan didn't know the current situation in the eastern wilderness, and even the entire Void Realm. He came out because of the death of Feng Guang. Huang Fuzun suddenly came to the eastern wilderness, and even set up a super killing formation to seal the entire Dongyang city. It seemed that things were very serious. Otherwise, why would Huang Fuzun make such a big scene? Lin Xiaotian, come out. Fengyang roared at Dongyang city below. Brother Fengyang, why are you looking for me? A figure appeared over Dongyang city. Of course, with the existence of the killing formation and the Dongyang city defense formation, even Lin Xiaotian couldn't break out. Do you want to drag our Phoenix clan down with you? The old ancestor of the Phoenix clan stared at Lin Xiaotian and sneered. Hey, brother, it's obviously Huang Fuzun who wants to help his master open up a new territory. Why do you say that I want to drag you down with me? Lin Xiaotian said with some grievance. Huang Fuzun's master? Open up a new territory? Hearing this, Fengyang suddenly turned around and stared at Huang Fuzun. I said, hand over Lin Xiaotian and I'll leave. Huang Fuzun said angrily, Brother Fengyang, do you really believe him? Lin Xiaotian said coldly, maybe this guy wants to use your hand to get rid of me, and then he will attack the Phoenix clan. Lin Xiaotian continued, Lin Xiaotian, no matter how glib your tongue is, you can't escape death. Huang Fuzun stared at Lin Xiaotian below. This guy was too hateful. What was called a cunning old man? This was a cunning old man. But the old ancestor of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang, didn't know who to believe. I still say the same thing, hand over Lin Xiaotian. Huang Fuzun said in a deep voice, do I have to hand him over just because you said so? The old ancestor of the Phoenix clan said angrily. He was the master here, and Huang Fuzun didn't give him any face. With Gu Fei's support, you are unscrupulous and arrogant. Lin Xiaotian said, adding oil to the fire. Gu Fei? Who is Gu Fei? The old ancestor of the Phoenix clan didn't care about the outside world at all. If it wasn't for Feng Guang's death, which made him furious, he wouldn't have left the mountain. He didn't even know who Gu Fei was. My master is invincible. Huang Fuzun said proudly. What? What did you say? Invincible? Ha! What a joke. The patriarch of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang, laughed disdainfully. Who dared to say that they were invincible in the Void Realm? Even someone as powerful as Ling Tian Palace Master wouldn't dare to proclaim himself to be invincible. That's right. Who dares to say that they are invincible? Lin Xiaotian echoed, but his face was a little unnatural because the big man behind Huang Fuzun was really strong. Even the Tian clan and the Buddha clan were badly battered by him. Lin Xiaotian knows that he is no match for Gu Fei. Since we can't see eye to eye, let's do it. Huang Fuzun sat cross-legged on a lotus throne, and a chilly killing intent burst out from his body. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The old ancestor of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang, was not a pushover. A powerful aura spread out from his body, and the two auras confronted each other. Lin Xiaotian, who was standing aside, was overjoyed to see this. Once Huang Fuzun and Fengyang fought to the death, it meant that his plan had succeeded. Huang Fuzun didn't waste any more words. In the cultivation world, strength was the most important thing. He waved his right hand in the void, and a dragon's shadow rushed out of the killing formation. Earth Chi Dragon. No wonder he's the emperor of Array. Fengyang didn't dare to be careless. Huang Fuzun was the only emperor of Array in the Void Realm. He became an emperor by using the Array Dao, and no one in the Void Realm could match him in terms of Array Dao. Go! Huang Fuzun waved his right hand, and the huge dragon shadow pounced at Feng Yang, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Humph! The old ancestor of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang, sneered. With a jerk of his body, a shadow of a fire phoenix immediately rushed out from his body and charged at the dragon's shadow. Boom! A dragon and a phoenix collided with each other in an instant, producing a loud bang. Spatial ripples spread out in the void. The shadow of the dragon and the shadow of the phoenix dissipated into the void in an instant. Kill! Feng Yang roared and threw a punch at Huang Fuzun. The violent fist force turned into a monstrous divine fire that instantly shrouded Huang Fuzun. Buzz! The void shook, and the golden dragon shadow appeared, blocking all of Feng Yang's fist force. Good heavens! Feng Yang was shocked. Huang Fuzun was really powerful. At this time, Huang Fuzun used the lotus throne to guide the essence of the earth. Dragon shadows rushed out of the ground one after another and gathered in the sky. Good job, Huang Fuzun. Feng Yang had to admire the Emperor of Array. In terms of Array Dao, Huang Fuzun really deserved to be the #1 master of Array Dao in the Void Realm. As the Earth Qi was guided by Huang Fuzun, the whole world changed color, the sun and the moon lost their light, and all the creatures in Dongyang City felt extremely depressed. The whole sky darkened. What's going on? Has the war started? Countless living beings in the city were terrified to the extreme. This was not an ordinary battle, but a battle between Emperor-level experts. In the Void Realm, Emperor-level experts were usually the strongest existences. As long as people like Palace Master Ling Tian didn't take action, Emperor-level experts were almost invincible. In the past, battles between emperors didn't happen often. However, in recent times, battles between emperors had become a common occurrence. Even battles between emperors had broken out a few times. Of course, these were all battles that Gu Fei had participated in. However, Feng Yang, the old ancestor of the Phoenix clan, didn't know about this. At this time, Huang Fuzun and Feng Yang were fighting in the sky. The entire sky was filled with origin energy, and the spiritual qi in the world was in a mess. On the mountain outside Dongyang City, Gu Fei's clone was sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain, watching the battle in the sky calmly. The Eastern Baron Demon clan seemed to be full of hidden talents. At this time, Gu Fei's clone finally felt that the Eastern Baron Demon clan was different. The Eastern Baron Demon clan wasn't as simple as they seemed. There were definitely many hidden experts in the Eastern Baron Demon clan. Perhaps there was something that could interest Gu Fei in the Eastern Baron Demon clan. Boom! Bang! In the sky above Dongyang City, dazzling light kept bursting out. Countless array patterns kept bursting in the sky and recombining, repeating the cycle. This was the array Dao Divine Power the Huangfu Zun displayed with the array disc. Chapter 5307. An Emperor-level battle finally broke out. Words didn't work, so they had to use their fists. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. This was the reality of the cultivation world. In fact, if Feng Yang had handed over Lin Xiaotian, this battle wouldn't have happened. However, Feng Yang was the ancestral patriarch of the Eastern Baron Phoenix clan, and the ancestral patriarch naturally had some pride. Feng Yang had to do whatever Huang Fuzun said. That was too shameful. Fight, fight. It's best if both sides suffer. In Dongyang City, Lin Xiaotian, who was standing on the roof of the Yunxian house, was overjoyed. Wasn't he trying to create hatred for Huang Fuzun and Gu Fei, who was behind him? He had achieved his goal, but deep in his heart, he was a little uneasy. Things had gone so smoothly that even Lin Xiaotian had some doubts about why Huang Fuzun wasn't afraid of the Phoenix clan and why he dared to fight with Feng Yang, the ancestral patriarch of the Phoenix clan. The 5 major demon clans of the Eastern Baron territory were of the same branch. Huang Fuzun had offended the Phoenix clan, which was equivalent to offending the 5 major demon clans of the Eastern Baron territory. On the mountain outside Dongyang City, Gu Fei's avatar pondered. Compared to the entire Eastern Baron territory, Huangfu Zun couldn't defeat the entire Eastern Barren Territory demon clan by himself. It's not a bad idea to take this opportunity to train. Thinking of this, Gu Fei's avatar sent out a message. With his current cultivation, he could send a message from billions of miles away without a problem. Soon, Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou, who were cultivating on Zhongtian Myriad Buddha Mountain, received a message from Gu Fei's avatar. To the Eastern Barren Territory, Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou had already eaten. They walked out of their cultivation area and soon received the news that Huangfu Zun was heading to the Eastern Barren Territory. Master wants them to help Huangfu Zun. That was a battle between emperor-level experts. They couldn't get involved at all. However, since their master had summoned them, they had to go. Tianhong, come to me immediately. Xiao Yu sent a message to Tianhong. Patriarch Tianhong had just found a decent array disc in the treasure depository grotto heaven and was refining it when he received little Ye's voice transmission. Sigh. Patriarch Tianhong had no choice but to meet Xiao Ye. After all, he was Gu Fei's subordinate. This guy walked into little Ye's cultivation place dejectedly, but after a while he walked out in high spirits with his head held high. Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou then left the Myriad Buddha Mountain. However, what made Gu Fei's avatar depressed was that Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou had used the transfer array to directly enter Dongyang City. Right now, one could only enter Dongyang City, but not leave. Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou were stunned when they arrived at Dongyang City. They were surrounded by hundreds of soldiers outside the teleportation array. Dragon Clan. A young demon clad in golden armor walked out and stared at Long Xiaozhou. It's just a wolf cub. Long Xiaozhou did not put this guy in his eyes. What? You're courting death. The young warrior raised his spear and stabbed towards the shroud. The Wolf Clan was a powerful clan under the command of the Phoenix Clan. The status of the Wolf Clan in Dongyang City was not low. The Wolf Clan could not be humiliated. So this young warrior wanted to kill them. Scram! With a wave of Long Xiaozhou's right hand, a gust of strong wind immediately swept up on the platform. In the next moment, the Wolf Clan general was sent flying. With a boom, his back slammed heavily into the wall over 100 feet away. Divine King! The Wolf Clan general's face turned red, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. After coughing it out, his face became as pale as paper. Lang Shan was a playboy of the Wolf Clan, but this Wolf Clan warrior was not someone Lang Shan could compare to. Who the hell are you? The Wolf Clan warrior stared at Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou. What does who we are have to do with you? As Long Xiaozhou spoke, he took a step and instantly rushed into the sky. Xiao Ye naturally followed Long Xiaozhou. Her junior sister was a divine king, while she was only at the God realm. It was very safe to follow Long Xiaozhou here. However, just as Long Xiaozhou rushed out of the teleportation formation platform, a figure rushed over at lightning speed from the side and sent Long Xiaozhou flying with a punch. Boom! With a loud bang, a nearby house was directly smashed by the dragon boat. Dust filled the air, and broken bricks and tiles scattered in all directions. The Dragon Clan dares to behave atrociously in Dongyang City. A figure surrounded by divine fire appeared in the sky. This sudden scene stunned the hundreds of wolf soldiers near the teleportation formation platform. Even Xiao Ye was shocked. It has to be said that Long Xiaozhou was a divine king. This guy that had suddenly appeared had sent a divine king, and a divine king of the Dragon Clan at that, flying with one punch. This in itself was a display of strength. Fengzhan, Long Xiaozhou rushed out from the ruins. When he saw who it was, he was startled. I didn't expect you to know me. A figure was faintly discernible in the divine fire. It was a young cultivator. It's not hard to guess. In the Phoenix Clan, there's only one king who can send me flying with one punch, and that's Fengzhan. Long Xiaozhou patted the dust off her body. Since you know it's me, you still haven't escaped. I admire your courage, Fengzhan said proudly. You seem to be too confident, Feng Zhan said proudly. You seem to be too confident. Long Xiaozhou said disapprovingly. Humph. Feng Zhan sneered. This isn't confidence. I just have the strength. All right, if that's the case, we'll talk with strength. As Long Xiaozhou spoke, she extended her right hand and a large halberd immediately appeared in her hand. Interesting. Very good. Let's talk with strength. Feng Zhan was very proud. The next moment, the divine fire on his body erupted. The divine fire condensed into fire phoenixes that pounced at Long Xiaozhou. Long Xiaozhou waved the halberd in her hand and destroyed the fire phoenixes formed by the divine fire. The divine fire dissipated in the air. Don't tell me this is all you've got, Long Xiaozhou shouted. She waved the halberd with both hands and slashed at Feng Zhan's head. Her speed was extremely fast. Her attack seemed to have split the air and moved forward with indomitable will. Interesting. Feng Zhan's figure instantly disappeared into the void, and Long Xiaozhou's attack directly hit empty air. When he reappeared, he was already above Long Xiaozhou. Feng Zhan didn't hesitate. He stomped down on Long Xiaozhou, and there was a thunderous sound under his feet. Hee, I can use you to practice. Long Xiaozhou suddenly smiled. Then, a strange wave of primordial qi exploded from her body. The power of Feng Zhan's stomp was moved to the side. How is this possible? Chapter 5308. Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Ye entered Eastern Sun City through the teleportation formation. Even Gu Fei's clone didn't expect this. They encountered Feng Zhan of the Phoenix clan as soon as they stepped out of the teleportation formation. Feng Zhan had a great background. He was a genius of the Phoenix clan's younger generation. He had already reached the peak of Divine King Realm and was only one step away from Half-Step Emperor Realm. Such a person was rare even in other cultivation clans. In the past 1,000 years, the Eastern Baron Phoenix clan had produced many geniuses. Previously, Guang was also one of the geniuses of the Phoenix clan. Unfortunately, he had clashed with Gu Fei's clone and was directly killed by the clone. Feng Guang and Feng Zhan were both people that the Phoenix clan put all of their efforts into. This was also why the ancestor of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang, came out of seclusion because of Feng Guang's death. How is this possible? Feng Zhan fought Long Xiaozhou. However, when Feng Zhan stomped on Long Xiaozhou's head, he lost his aim. This shocked Feng Zhan. Nothing is impossible, said Long Xiaozhou. She was even mimicking her master, Gu Fei's tone. She flew up and swung her halberd at Feng Zhan's waist. The sharp blade made an ear-piercing sound as it cut through the air. Humph! Feng Zhan's hands danced in front of him. Powerful fire elemental energy surged from his hands, and a fire shield immediately appeared in front of him. Bam! Long Xiaozhou's halberd slammed into the fire shield, producing an incomparably dull sound. Feng Zhan only felt his hands tremble, as though his arms were about to break. Countless cracks appeared on the fire shield that he condensed with the power of the fire element. He was knocked back dozens of meters by Long Xiaozhou's attack. Who is this girl? She actually repelled Feng Zhan. Many powerful figures appeared in the surroundings. The battle between Feng Zhan and Long Xiaozhou alarmed many experts in the city. You don't even know Long Xiaozhou, the princess of the West Sea Dragon clan? Someone recognized Long Xiaozhou's identity. What? The surrounding experts were all shocked. The name Long Xiaozhou had been frequently mentioned in Dongyang City. Because Gu Fei had shaken the world, the demons of the Eastern Wilderness naturally wanted to thoroughly investigate Gu Fei's background. Long Xiaozhou and Xiao, you were both Gu Fei's disciples, so they naturally fell into the eyes of the major powers and were being watched by the spies of the major powers. Who's the other one? Could it be Gu Fei's other disciple, Xiaoye? Many experts were shocked. Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Ye had appeared in Dongyang City. What was going on? Gu Fei conquered the South barbarians, and the West Sea was on Li Kuang's side. Was he going to make a move on the East barbarian? No one knew what Gu Fei was going to do next. In fact, even Gu Fei himself did not have a plan for the next step. Long Xiaozhou and Lilia are here? In the Cloud Immortal residence, East King's eyes lit up when he received the news. You want to capture them? Lin Xiaotian said indifferently. Old ancestor, they are our talismans. As long as they are in our hands, Gu Fei won't dare to do anything to us, right? East King was really afraid of Huangfu Zun's pursuit. If it wasn't for the old ancestor protecting him, he would have died many times. Let's wait and see first. Lin Xiaotian pondered. Since Gu Fei dared to let his 2 disciples enter Dongyang City, he must have something to rely on. Gu Fei would not let his disciples die. East King was speechless. Since the old ancestor was not going to make a move, he could do nothing. Of course, he could make a move himself. He was also a half-step Emperor Realm expert. If he made a move, wouldn't it be easy to capture these 2 girls? Don't underestimate them. Lin Xiaotian seemed to have seen through East King's thoughts. Yes, old ancestor. East King turned around and left. What does Gu Fei mean by this? Lin Xiaotian frowned. Even the cunning Lin Xiaotian couldn't understand Gu Fei's move. However, Lin Xiaotian knew that Gu Fei would never let his disciples come to Dongyang City to die. Is Gu Fei also in Dongyang City? Lin Xiaotian suddenly thought of this, and a layer of cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. If Gu Fei was already in Dongyang City, wouldn't he be in trouble? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaotian couldn't sit still and left Yunxian House. Those 2 bastards are finally gone. Inside the Cloud Immortal residence, in a luxuriously decorated room, young Master Qing listened to the report from a green-robed servant beside him. He finally smiled. This Yunxian House was the property of the Phoenix clan. As soon as Lin Xiaotian came to Dongyang City, he immediately lived in Yunxian House and was generous, especially the senior masters. He soon made friends with Master Qing. Then, through Master Qing, Lin Xiaotian got in touch with Feng Guang. However, unfortunately, Feng Guang was killed by Gu Fei's avatar. Now, Gu Fei's avatar was still stuck in front of the gate of the city, Lord's Mansion. So far, no one had been able to pull out Gu Fei's avatar. Even Feng Zhan couldn't pull it out. The big black saber of Gu Fei's avatar seemed to have grown in the ground. Even in existence, at the peak of the King Realm, couldn't pull it out. Lang Tianhao didn't pull out the big black saber left by Gu Fei's avatar because he didn't dare to. If he couldn't pull it out, he would lose a lot of face. He was the great Zhang army of Dongyang City. 3 days passed quickly, but the city lord of Dongyang City, Feng Zun, still hadn't returned. What's wrong with the city lord? That's right. Could it be that the city lord is afraid? At this time, all the humans and demons in the city were terrified. After all, Huangfu Zun was already fighting with the great ancestor of the Phoenix clan. Was it because the great ancestor of the Phoenix clan had taken action, so Feng Zun wouldn't come back? At this time, the battle between Huangfu Zun and the great ancestor of the Phoenix clan had reached the most intense moment. Above the sky, countless runes were vanishing. The monstrous divine fire burned the whole sky red. 2 terrifying emperor-level pressures fell from the sky, and all the creatures in Dongyang City were trembling. This was a battle between 2 emperor-level experts. In the eastern wilderness, there hadn't been a battle between 2 emperors for a long time. Most of the creatures in the city had never experienced such a terrifying battle. It was already good enough that the humans and demons with weak cultivation were not scared to death under the pressure of the emperor-level experts. These 2 guys are about the same. Outside Dongyang City, Gu Fei's avatar on the mountain had already seen through the battle between Huangfu Zun and Feng Zun. It would be difficult for the 2 to determine a winner. Just as Feng Yang turned into a fire phoenix and lunged at Huangfu Zun, a figure dashed behind Huangfu Zun like a bolt of lightning and slapped his back. With a muffled sound, Huangfu Zun was blown away along with the lotus throne. The fire phoenix formed by Feng Zun directly pounced on Huang Fuzun. Boom! The terrifying divine fire completely drowned Huang Fuzun. Master, help! Huang Fuzun didn't care about anything else at the moment of life and death. Another sneak attack. Chapter 5309. In the sky above Dongyang City, Huang Fuzun and Feng Yang were in a stalemate. However, a figure suddenly appeared, broke through the formation, and slapped Huang Fuzun's back. The palm directly knocked Huang Fuzun away along with a lotus throne on his Buddha throne. Then, the fire phoenix that Feng Yang turned into pounced on Huang Fuzun. It grabbed Huang Fuzun's shoulders and thighs with its sharp claws and pulled hard, trying to tear Huang Fuzun in half. Huang Fuzun's bones creaked from the pull of the fire phoenix. He was almost torn in half for real. The fire phoenix's claws dug deep into Huang Fuzun's body, and even his bones were crushed. Moreover, the divine fire that erupted from the fire phoenix burned him until he was tender on the inside. In just a short while he was almost cooked. Who could withstand this? Master, help! Master, if you don't do something, I'll be done for. Huang Fuzun didn't care about pretending to be arrogant anymore. He directly shouted for help without caring about his image. Master? Huang Fuzun's shout terrified Feng Yang and the other monarch. After all, Huang Fuzun was at the peak of the Emperor realm. Wouldn't his master be a supreme existence that surpassed the Emperor realm? Feng Yang and the other monarch broke out in a cold sweat when they thought about how a supreme existence was watching them from the side. Feng Yang originally wanted to take this opportunity to kill Huang Fuzun because he was really strong. The Phoenix clan would never have a day of peace if they were targeted by such a madman. However, they couldn't do that now. If they killed Huang Fuzun and angered the person in the dark, the Phoenix clan would probably be wiped out. Release him. An incomparably majestic voice echoed in the minds of Feng Yang and the other king. The other king who suddenly launched a sneak attack was the city lord of Dongyang City, Feng Zun. The city lord of Dongyang City, Feng Zun, suddenly returned and suddenly attacked. He immediately broke the balance between Huang Fuzun and Feng Yang, putting Huang Fuzun in a dead end. You're hesitating. The voice echoed in the inner seas of Feng Yang and Feng Zun again. Feng Yang and Feng Zun spread out their divine senses, but they couldn't sense the existence of that person. That person's cultivation level was definitely above theirs. Still not releasing your claws? Do you want to die? Huang Fuzun roared in anger. He was plotted against, and he was so angry that he almost went crazy. Humph! The fire phoenix, transformed by Feng Yang, threw Huang Fuzun aside. Gu Fei's clone didn't even need to make a move. With just a few words, Feng Yang, the old ancestor of the Phoenix clan, let go. In this world, perhaps only Gu Fei's clone had this ability. I won't interfere if it's a fair battle. However, you've gone too far by trying to stab me in the back and use despicable methods to take my subordinates' lives. The voice of Gu Fei's doppelganger sounded. At that moment, Feng Yang and Feng Zun were extremely shocked because they still could not sense the existence of the person in the dark. All right, I hope you won't go back on your word, Your Excellency. Feng Yang nodded. Let's go. Then he turned around and waved his right hand. He opened the formation around Dongyang City and stepped out. He disappeared into the void. Lord Phoenix glanced at Huang Fuzun and entered Dongyang City as well. Preposterous! Huang Fuzun was furious. At this moment he was in an extremely sorry state. His body was charred black, and dead skin kept falling from the burns on his body. His burnt flesh was constantly recovering. At Huang Fuzun's level of cultivation, his body's recovery speed was shocking. Soon his injuries were almost healed. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Huang Fuzun bowed to the sky. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone was too lazy to care about this guy. Very soon, the city protecting Grand Array that Feng Yang opened was restored. In Dongyang City, the battle between Long Xiaozhou and Feng Zhan was still going on. The two of them were equally matched, so it would not be easy for Long Xiaozhou to defeat Feng Zhan. Unless she used the soul slayer blade that Gu Fei had given her, she would have to fight to the death with Feng Zhan. Boom! Bam! Muffled collisions continued. Long Xiaozhou used the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path to fight Feng Zhan. As a result, Feng Zhan was in an extremely sorry state. The 9 secrets of the Immortal Path were the supreme spells of the Immortal Path. What kind of spell is that? Feng Zhan's trump card was easily countered by Long Xiaozhou. Moreover, the power of the trump card was pulled by Long Xiaozhou and was almost reversed. She almost hurt herself. I'm not telling you, haha. Long Xiaozhou used Feng Zhan to practice. She was getting more and more comfortable with the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path. On the other hand, Xiao Ye's situation was not so good. Xiao Ye was surrounded by Lang Shan and his men. A silly little girl dares to break into Dongyang City. Take her down. At Lang Shan's command, the surrounding demon clan soldiers immediately surrounded Xiao Ye. You want to gang up on me? Do you Eastern Goblin tribe have any shame? Xiao Ye sneered. She was not afraid of these guys. Back off. Lang Shan's expression changed. The next moment he roared in anger. The hundreds of demonic soldiers immediately stopped and retreated. I'm here to fight you. Lang Shan held his spear and approached Xiao Ye with large strides. You have guts. Xiao Ye gave Lang Shan a thumbs up. Of course I have guts. Lang Shan said proudly. Tisk. Xiao Ye sneered. In the next moment, she leaped up and threw a punch at Lang Shan. The punch was extremely violent and overbearing. Humph. Lang Shan sneered. The spear in his hand pierced towards Xiao Ye like lightning, directly breaking through Xiao Ye's punch. Just as Lang Shan's spear was about to pierce Xiao Ye's fist instantly turned golden, as if it was made of gold. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard, and sparks flew everywhere. Lang Shan only felt his right hand, which was holding the spear, shake. It was as if he had stabbed an immortal metal, and his right hand almost lost all feeling. What made Lang Shan dumbfounded was the fact that the spearhead of his spear had shattered into pieces. How is this possible? Lang Shan's shock was no small matter. Could it be that his opponent's golden gauntlet was more powerful than a divine weapon? Xiao Ye relied on the golden armor that Gu Fei gave her. Only Xiao Ye could use the entire set of golden armor because Gu Fei had left a restrictive spell on it. Even an Emperor Realm cultivator would find it difficult to use the golden armor. Moreover, Gu Fei's doppelganger was outside Dongyang City. Xiao Ye destroyed Lang Shan's divine weapon spear with one punch. This made Lang Shan feel extremely pained. Preposterous! Lang Shan was furious. He flipped his right hand, and another divine weapon appeared in his hand. Chapter 5310. How is that possible? Isn't Gu Fei on Mount Million Buddha in Zhongtian? In a room on the highest floor of the Yunxian house, Lin Xiaojin's expression was extremely serious. If Gu Fei came to the Eastern Wilderness in person, he and East King would be finished. In today's Void Realm, who would dare to provoke Gu Fei? That would be courting death. Ancestor, what should we do? Dong Wang also panicked. It was really one wrong move, and the whole game was lost. If he did not compete with Gu Fei for hegemony in southern China, he might still be able to keep his territory and be a free marquis. But now they were like stray dogs, hiding from Huangfu Zun's pursuit. What else can we do? I'm afraid we can't stay in Dongyang City anymore. Lin Xiaotian gritted his teeth. Back then, he was also a ruthless person. He was once high and mighty, looking down on the world. Countless creatures trembled under his feet. But now everything was different. At this time, in the hall of the city, Lord's Mansion, all the higher-ups of Dongyang City had gathered. The Phoenix Clan, Wolf Clan, and even the Fox Clan and the Dog Clan had all arrived. Even Feng Zhan had been called back by Feng Zun. Long Xiaozhou hadn't had enough yet. As for Lang Shan's golden blade, it was once again shattered by Xiao Ye's punch. This time, Xiao Yi even punched Lang Shan in the face, causing his face to look as if it had opened a dye shop. It was extremely wonderful. You! Lang Shan was shocked and angry. He wanted to fight again, but he was called back by his father. What's wrong? You don't want to fight anymore? Are you scared? Xiao Yi shouted at the retreating Lang Shan. Just you wait. Lang Shan had to retreat because he didn't dare to disobey the order of his father, Lang Tianhao. All the surrounding demon soldiers had retreated, and the surroundings suddenly became deserted. What's going on? Long Xiaozhou flew down from the sky and looked at Xiaoya. They both felt it was strange. Let's find an inn to stay in first. Xiaoya pondered for a moment and said, Okay. Long Xiaozhou nodded. You too want to find an inn? How about we go to Cloud Immortal Residence? A young master waved a folding fan and walked over from the opposite side. This fellow was the hedonistic son of the Fox clan, young Master Qing. Cloud Immortal Residence? Not everyone can stay in such a high-class place. Long Xiaozhou looked at young Master Qing with a faint smile. With Long Xiaozhou's cultivation, he could naturally see through young Master Qing's cultivation at a glance. He could also tell what this fellow was. This fellow was actually a fox demon. Fox demons were the most cunning. This guy had an evil aura about him, so he was definitely not a benevolent being. And this Cloud Immortal Residence was one of the top inns in the Eastern Barren Territory. Not only did they have branches all over the Eastern Barren Territory, but they also had branches in other regions. He, my young master, is an esteemed guest of the Cloud Immortal Residence. Bringing a few people to stay in the Cloud Immortal Residence is a piece of cake for him. A green-robed servant appeared behind young Master Qing. Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. Xiaoya suddenly said, I'm willing to serve the two fairies, please. Young Master Qing made a gesture of invitation and led the way in front. The Cloud Immortal Residence was indeed imposing. It was a place specially designed to entertain dignitaries. Ordinary people or ordinary demons could not afford it, because a meal here could cost hundreds of divine stones. If they ordered some rare dishes and immortal wine, it would be far more than hundreds of divine stones. Young Master Qing directly took Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya to the Cloud Immortal Residence and booked 2 superior rooms for them. Then he said goodbye to the 2 of them. What the hell does this guy want? Long Xiaozhou muttered, Who knows? But it's not bad to have a free inn to stay in. Xiaoya smiled. Long Xiaozhou was speechless. This young Master Qing must have some purpose for being so attentive for no reason. But her senior sister didn't seem to care about his purpose at all. Junior sister, why do you care so much? Since Master wants us to come here, let's have fun here. Xiaoya lay down on the soft mattress and stretched herself comfortably. Have fun? Long Xiaozhou was even more speechless. Dong Wang and Lin Xiaotian immediately knew that Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya were staying in the Cloud Immortal Residence. The 2 disciples of Gu Fei are staying in the Cloud Immortal Residence? Dong Wang almost rushed out to the residence of Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya. Don't be impulsive, Lin Xiaotian said in a deep voice. They were brought here by the playboy of the Fox clan. If he touched them, the Fox clan would find trouble with him. Besides, if Gu Fei was hiding in the dark, it was impossible for Gu Fei not to take action when he dealt with his disciples. Once Gu Fei personally took action, they would really be finished. In fact, Gu Fei did not take them seriously at all, because with Gu Fei's cultivation, killing them was as easy as flipping his palm. As Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya moved into the Cloud Immortal Residence, the atmosphere of the entire Cloud Immortal Residence became strange. At this moment, Huang Fuzun was still watching from outside. Huang Fuzun didn't withdraw the killing formation. The entire killing formation still shrouded the entire city. Huang Fuzun had nowhere to vent his anger after being sneak attacked by the Phoenix Lord, so he vented his anger on the killing formation. He continued to use countless formation tokens to increase the power of the killing formation. As a result, the people in Dongyang City were out of luck. Huangfu Zun's formation Dao was the best in the Void Realm. He had attracted the essence of the earth within thousands of kilometers, and the endless essence of the earth gathered on the killing formation. His actions caused the sky to change and the sun and moon to lose their light. The countless humans and demons in Dongyang City were terrified to the extreme. This guy, Gu Fei's avatar, saw this from a distant mountain and couldn't help but shake his head. Huangfu Zun was already so old, but he was still so impulsive. Had this guy become stupid from cultivating? In the city lord's mansion, the higher-ups of Dongyang City also had a headache. That Lin Xiaotian is too much. The Phoenix Lord directly smashed the handle of the throne next to him. He brought Gu Fei to the East Barren territory. Does he really think we will fall into his trap? Lang Tianhao gritted his teeth. Does he want to treat us as fools? Qing Shao of the Fox clan sneered. Qing Shao was young Master Qing's father. He was also an emperor at the early stages of the Emperor realm. The big shots of the demon clan in the hall were all above the divine king realm. What should we do now? We can't offend Gu Fei, but this Lin Xiaotian, the dog emperor of the dog clan, looked at the Phoenix Lord on the throne and said, Lin Xiaotian is only one person. We have so many Emperor realm experts. Can't we take care of him? Lang Tianhao said angrily. Lin Xiaotian's goal was clear, but the East Barren territory was not the North Ruins. There were only 2 Emperor realm experts in the Ghost Emperor and Bone Emperor. Chapter 53:11. The Eastern Wasteland Demon Tribe was not easy to be fooled. The big shots in the Eastern Wasteland Demon Tribe were not fools. No one wanted to be used. At this time, Feng Yang and Phoenix Lord also returned to Dongyang City. Moreover, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya actually lived in Yunxian House. The atmosphere of the whole Dongyang City became extremely strange. After all, Long Xiaozhou and Lilia were Gu Fei's disciples. Feng Yang and Phoenix Lord, these 2 old guys, must know the grievances between Gu Fei and Lin Xiaotian. Dong Wang was directly ignored. He was just a half-step Emperor Realm expert. In front of an Emperor Realm expert, the half-step Emperor Realm expert was trash. Lin Xiaotian also lived in Yunxian House now. Dong Wang wanted to attack Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya, but he was stopped by Lin Xiaotian. If he attacked now, it would not only be a grievance with Huangfu Zun, but also directly provoke Gu Fei, a peerless, ruthless man, who even dared to kill Lingtian Palace Master. In fact, Lin Xiaotian still had a glimmer of hope. That was, Gu Fei would not really kill them. If he could lower his head, he might be able to live well like Huangfu Zun. Therefore, Lin Xiaotian did not really want to make a big enemy of Gu Fei. Ancestor, this Dong Wang was restless at this time. He was not as shrewd as Lin Xiaotian. Hey! Lin Xiaotian was really disappointed. How did his descendant cultivate to the half-step Emperor realm? He was more stupid than a pig. At this time, Lin Xiaotian really had an impulse to slap Dong Wang to death. You can't go out of this room without my permission, Lin Xiaotian said in a deep voice. Ancestor, why is this so? Dong Wang was confused. I don't let you go out for your own good. Lin Xiaotian sighed. The 2 disciples of Gu Fei lived in Yunxian House, and they were brought in by the Fox tribe. If Dong Wang had a conflict with them, it would definitely not be a good thing. How could Lin Xiaotian not know what Feng Yang and Feng Zun were planning? They were eager to see the conflict between East King and the 2 disciples of Gu Fei, so that they could capture Lin Xiaotian and East King and hand them over to Gu Fei. In this way, the grudge between Gu Fei and the Eastern Goblin tribe would vanish. Perhaps they could even become friends. Being able to befriend a ruthless person like Gu Fei was not a bad thing for the Eastern Barren Demon race. After all, Gu Fei was a peerless and ruthless person. Lin Xiaotian wanted Gu Fei to become enemies with the Eastern Wasteland Demon tribe, but the Eastern Demon tribe was not easy to deal with. Just as Lin Xiaotian grounded King Dong, the Phoenix clan also made a decision in the city Lord's mansion of Donyang City. They would wait and see. At this moment, there were countless pairs of eyes staring at the Cloud Immortal residence. A few of the masters of the 5 immortal cities in the eastern wasteland had appeared near Donyang City. Some people saw a fire Qilin descend from the sky and burn a mountain range. Countless birds and beasts were killed. Fire Unicorn Patriarch is here. The humans and demons who knew the background of that expert were indescribably shocked. Fire Unicorn Patriarch was one of the 5 strongest experts in the Eastern Barren Territory and also the city, Lord of South Unicorn City. His cultivation was comparable to that of Fengzun. Huangfu Zun, what brings you to the Eastern Barren Territory? 2 old men stood in the sky far away from Donyang City. One of them was tall and had a head of red hair. His appearance was mighty and he exuded a powerful aura. Moreover, the heat emanating from his body caused the surrounding space to distort. I'm just chasing 2 bugs, Huangfu Zun said coldly. Fire Unicorn Patriarch had lived for countless years. Before Huangfu Zun retired to the Fallen Star mountain range, the 2 experts still had some friendship. Of course, they were not life-and-death friends. They just met a few times. Just chasing 2 bugs? Fire Unicorn Patriarch was a little surprised. Greetings, Patriarch. Greetings, Senior Huangfu. A girl in red rushed over and bowed to Fire Unicorn Patriarch and Huangfu Zun. Well, you have a good successor. Huangfu Zun glanced at the girl in red and immediately knew her cultivation level. This young girl, at a young age, was actually already a divine king. This little girl could compete with Long Xiaozhou. Huangfu Zun was a bit depressed. He hadn't seen such a heaven-defying little monster in thousands of years. Who would have thought that he would meet them so often? Long Xiaozhou was one, and so was Xiaoya. Xiaoya was even more monstrous. She was only 7 or 8 years old, but she was already at the divine realm. Now he met another one. Her name is Hualing Xian. Fire Unicorn Patriarch said proudly. Your Fire Unicorn clan has a successor. Huangfu Zun sighed. He had been cultivating formation Tao all his life, but he had never accepted a disciple because he never thought about it. Now, seeing that Fire Unicorn Patriarch had such a heaven-defying successor, he was also very envious and suddenly had the idea of accepting a disciple. But the matter of accepting a disciple depended on fate. Senior Huangfu, you're doing this for Lin Xiaotian and King Dong, right? Hualing Xian smiled. These 2 bastards. I'm so angry when I mention them. Huangfu Zun said angrily. I know that Lin Xiaotian, Angry Dragon Lin Xiaotian. He was also a ruthless man in his generation. Fire Unicorn Patriarch said, Ruthless my ass. He only knows how to escape and make trouble for me everywhere. He is despicable and shameless. Huangfu Zun said bitterly. This, Brother Huangfu, do you have a great hatred between you and Lin Xiaotian? Fire Unicorn Patriarch asked. Huangfu Zun was stunned when he heard this. He seemed to have no hatred with Lin Xiaotian at all. It was just that his master wanted him to kill Lin Xiaotian and King Dong. In fact, his master wanted to deal with King Dong himself. His target was King Dong, but when he was dealing with King Dong, Lin Xiaotian jumped out. Lin Xiaotian wanted to protect King Dong, so he had to deal with Lin Xiaotian as well. However, to Huangfu Zun's disbelief, Lin Xiaotian ran away when he couldn't beat him and made enemies for him everywhere. Before he came to the East Wilderness, he had a fight with the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins. The East Wilderness was not like the North Ruins. The North Ruins was the world of the Ghost Emperor. Although the Bone Emperor was causing trouble, it was just a small fight. But the East Wilderness was different. The situation in the East Wilderness was far more complicated than that of the North Ruins. Even Huangfu Zun almost died in East Sun City. If it weren't for Gu Fei's doppelganger, Huangfu Zun would have been killed by Feng Yang and Feng Zun. Does that person have a great hatred with Lin Xiaotian? Fire Unicorn Patriarch asked tentatively. Humph. My master disdains to deal with Lin Xiaotian. Huang Fuzun sneered. Fire Unicorn Patriarch and the girl in red were shocked when they heard this. It seemed that the person behind Huang Fuzun didn't take Lin Xiaotian seriously at all. In fact, if Lin Xiaotian surrenders, will that person let him go? Fire Unicorn Patriarch wanted to know Gu Fei's bottom line. How do I know? Huang Fuzun said grumpily. Brother Huang Fu, I have a presumptuous request. Fire Unicorn Patriarch said hesitantly. Since it's a presumptuous request, then don't. Huang Fuzun said indifferently. Chapter 5312. Fire Qilin Patriarch had met Huang Fuzun several times. In the entire eastern wilderness, Fire Qilin Patriarch was the only demon overlord who could talk to Huang Fuzun. The other demon emperors did not have that kind of respect. Huang Fuzun was the first and only person in the Void Realm who became an emperor through Formation Dao. He had shaken the entire Void Realm back then. Back then, Huang Fuzun was famous all over the world. However, when Huang Fuzun was at the peak of his life, he suddenly disappeared. No one had ever seen him again. No one would have thought that he was hiding in the Meteorite Mountain range, guarding his peerless treasure. However, who would have thought that the peerless treasure that Huang Fuzun had guarded for thousands of years would be taken away by Gu Fei in the end? Although there were many experts in Huang Fuzun's era, there were very few people who could be friends with Huang Fuzun. Well, brother Huang Fu, I just want to pay a visit to that person. It's a piece of cake for you. Fire Qilin Patriarch said awkwardly. You want to see my master? Huang Fuzun was surprised, but then he sneered. My master doesn't even want to see me. Why would he want to see you? Huang Fuzun was almost killed by Feng Yang and Feng Zun, the two emperors of the Phoenix clan. At that time, Gu Fei's clone did not even make a move. What? Fire Qilin Patriarch was shocked. Did Gu Fei really come to the eastern wilderness? He only said that he wanted to see Gu Fei. His real purpose was to get information from Gu Fei. Now he had guessed that Gu Fei had really come to the eastern wilderness. This was not a good thing for the entire eastern wilderness demon clan. Gu Fei was a peerless madman. He even dared to kill someone like Lingtian Palace Lord. The eastern wilderness demon clan could not compare to Lingtian Palace, which was the most powerful force in the Void Realm. Gu Fei did not even care about Lingtian Palace, so the eastern wilderness demon clan was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Brother, please introduce me to him. Fire Qilin Patriarch said shamelessly. Forget it. Get out of here. Huang Fuzun said coldly. You! The red-clothed girl couldn't help but feel a little angry. All right, let's go. After saying that, Patriarch Firekalin pulled Hualing Xian away. Ancestor, why are you so cowardly in front of Huang Fuzun? I feel ashamed for you. Forefather Firekalin pulled Hualing Xian and landed on a mountain. That's not cowardice. It's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Ancestor Firekalin said loudly. Are you still pretending to be a pig? Hualing Xian, I was overjoyed. All right, at least we know that Gu Fei has probably come to the eastern barren territory. Ancestor Firekalin muttered. So what? Isn't Gu Fei someone with one head and two shoulders? What's so great about it? This is the eastern wilderness, not his southern wilderness. He can't do whatever he wants. Hualing Xian said disdainfully. I say, little girl, when did you become so arrogant? Forefather Firekalin looked at his granddaughter with doting eyes. In the eastern barren territory, the Firekalin race was one of the 5 strongest races in the eastern barren territory. Otherwise, the Firekalin race wouldn't have been able to occupy the southern unicorn city. Only the strongest race in the eastern barren territory could occupy such a place. Why is there another person here? At this time, Hualing Xian suddenly noticed a person sitting on a boulder under a tree a dozen feet away. It was a black-clothed man. To be more precise, it was a black-clothed youth. His face was sallow and his figure was thin. He looked sickly. This black-clothed youth seemed to have become one with the surroundings. Even Forefather Farekalin and his granddaughter couldn't sense his presence immediately. "Hey, who are you? Why are you here?" Hualing Xian are shouted at the black-clothed youth. "Little girl, don't be presumptuous." Forefather Farekalin stared at the black-clothed youth sitting cross-legged on the boulder. This black-clothed youth was only a dozen feet away from them, but they couldn't sense his presence. This meant that this youth wasn't simple. It has to be said that Forefather Farekalin was one of the strongest demon emperors in the Eastern Barren territory. Hualing Xian pouted and didn't think much of it. "Little brother, why are you cultivating here?" Forefather Farekalin probed. "This isn't your place, so why can't I cultivate here?" The black-clothed youth opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, it was as if two bolts of lightning had flashed through the void. Forefather Farekalin and Hualing Xian were shocked. This guy really wasn't simple. "Are you the youth with the black blade, Blackblade Li?" Forefather Farekalin suddenly stared at the black-clothed youth. "Blackblade Li? That Blackblade Li? This name is really old-fashioned." Hualing Xian laughed. "The Black Blade in front of the city, Lord's mansion in Dongyang City." Forefather Farekalin said calmly. "What?" Hualing Xian's mouth opened wide in shock. Forefather Farekalin and the others didn't come to Dongyang City unprepared. Their Farekalin clan had spies in Dongyang City. This black-clothed youth was Gufei's clone. Forefather Farekalin and the others were really unlucky. The mountain they landed on was the mountain where Gufei's clone was. An old Qilin and a young Qilin? Gufei's clone was still sitting on the boulder. "What did you say?" Hualing Xian was angry. This guy actually dared to look down on them. He was really despicable. "Don't be rude." Forefather Farekalin still admitted defeat and humbled himself. An old Qilin pretending to be a pig. Interesting. Gufei's clone laughed. Even Forefather Farekalin was displeased by Gufei's clone's words. "Hee, little brother, you should think about how to deal with Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Sovereign." Forefather Farekalin suddenly laughed. Just then, two extremely powerful waves of divine will descended from the sky and landed on Gufei's clone. In the next moment, two figures descended from the sky and landed on the top of the mountain. Two powerful auras of the martial emperors immediately spread out from the figures. Gufei's clone's pupils shrank when he saw the two guys who suddenly appeared. "Your Blackblade Li?" Phoenix Sun stared at Gufei's clone and said coldly, "Your blade." Lord Phoenix held a big black saber in his hand. He shook it with his right hand, and in the next moment, with a clang, the big black saber shattered. The shards shot toward Gufei's doppelganger. However, when the fragments were less than a foot away from Gufei's clone, they all stopped and floated in the void. "The quality of your blade isn't that good," Phoenix Sovereign said indifferently. "Whether the blade is good or not depends on the person using it." Chapter 53:13. The Fire Qilin Ancestor and Hualing Xian were too lucky. They landed on a random mountain outside Dongyang City and encountered Gufei's avatar named Li Heidao. Then Feng Yang and Feng Zun, the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan, came directly to this mountain. How did these two get out of Dongyang City? It has to be said that Dongyang City was not a place they could enter and leave at will. This was because the entire city was under Huangfu Zun's killing formation. Therefore, when Feng Yang and Feng Zun wanted to leave Dongyang City, they would definitely alert Huangfu Zun. However, Huangfu Zun didn't appear, which meant the two of them had left the city using other methods. "Little guy, you dare to challenge me? Are you tired of living?" Feng Yang stared at Gufei's avatar, and a cold killing intent spread from his body. At this moment, the fragment of the big black blade was still floating before Gufei's avatar. "You're the ones tired of living." Gufei's avatar stretched out his finger and flicked a fragment before him. Ding! With a soft sound, the fragment turned into a ray of black light and shot toward Feng Yang. Feng Yang reached out and grabbed the fragment. He felt a burning pain in his palm, which shocked him greatly. The power contained in such a small fragment was extremely powerful. This person named Li Heidao was definitely an emperor, and he was very strong. "Who the hell are you?" Feng Zun stepped forward, and a powerful pressure shrouded Gu Fei's avatar. Gu Fei's avatar didn't speak. He waved his right hand, and the fragments floating before him all turned into rays of black light that shot toward Feng Yang and Feng Zun. They were extremely fast. "Kill!" Feng Zun let out a roar and charged at Gu Fei's avatar. Boom! A ball of divine fire erupted from the Phoenix Lord's body. The fragments that shot towards him were all burnt to ashes and dissipated into the void. "Go to hell!" The Phoenix Lord approached Gu Fei's clone in an instant and threw a punch at Gu Fei's clone. Boundless fire, elemental power gathered on his fist. The moment the Phoenix Lord threw the punch, a fire phoenix rushed out of his fist, and the fist force materialized. However, in the face of such a ferocious attack, Gu Fei's clone merely extended his right hand and grabbed the Phoenix Lord's incoming fist. The fiery phoenix, formed by the fist energy, also disappeared. What? The Phoenix Supreme's shock was nothing to scoff at. He was the city lord of Dongyang City, one of the strongest demon kings in the eastern wasteland. There was actually someone in the world that could catch his fist with their bare hands. "As it turns out, you are a fool." Gu Fei's clone grinned. In the next moment, he tightened his grip on the Phoenix Lord's fist, and the sound of bones cracking rang out. Roar! The Phoenix Lord broke out in cold sweat from the pain. Suddenly, a fist smashed into the face of Gu Fei's doppelganger. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger was completely fine. The one who attacked was Feng Yang, but it was as if his punch had landed on a piece of divine metal. Not only did he not hurt his opponent, but his own hand was almost broken. This freak, Feng Yang, was shocked as well. At this moment, the Phoenix revered Lord let out a roar and actually cut off his arm. He chopped off his right arm with a chop of his hand and then retreated. Gu Fei's clone had no intention of chasing after the Phoenix Lord. This guy is incredible. Fire Qilin Patriarch and Huo Ling Xian, who had retreated to watch the show, were shocked as well. There was no one like Li Heidao in the eastern wasteland, but Li Heidao was definitely a king. There was no doubt about that. The Phoenix Lord and Feng Yang, the two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan, had suffered a great loss at his hands. Huo Ling Xian was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped to the ground. This dark and skinny guy had cut off the Phoenix Lord's arm with one move. This kind of combat power was too strong. The Phoenix Lord was the city lord of Eastern Sun City, one of the top kings of the Eastern Wasteland demon race. Purgatory Furnace. The Phoenix Sun and the Phoenix Sovereign worked together and unleashed their ultimate skills. At the next moment, endless divine fire surged out of their bodies, turning into a huge furnace that covered the entire mountain. Seeing that the situation was bad, Fire Qilin Patriarch had already taken Huo Ling Xian to hide in the distance. The two old fellows of the Phoenix clan are serious. Fire Qilin race stared at the monstrous divine fire. The Fire Qilin race was also a divine beast of the fire element. Their fire control technique was not inferior to the Phoenix clans, and they each had their own specialties. Patriarch, do you think these two can defeat Li Heidao? Huo Ling Xian, gossip fire burned. This is hard to say, Fire Qilin Patriarch pondered. Li Heidao's combat power made his heart palpitate. Patriarch, why don't we make a bet? Huo Ling Xian suddenly said, What bet? Fire Qilin Patriarch subconsciously said. His attention was attracted by the battle before him. Let's bet on who will win. Huo Ling Xian said, Haha, okay, I'll play with you. Who will you choose? Fire Qilin Patriarch smiled. I favor Li Heidao. Hualing Xian pondered for a while. The scene of Gu Fei's clone attacking shocked her to the extreme. It was too amazing. Okay, I'll choose the two old fellows of the Phoenix clan. Fire Qilin Patriarch didn't have a choice. Patriarch, if you lose, that Fire Qilin pearl will be mine. Hualing Xian said excitedly, so you're eyeing my Fire Qilin pearl. Fire Qilin Patriarch suddenly understood. But what if you lose? Fire Qilin Patriarch continued. If I lose, I'll massage your back for the rest of my life. How about it? Hualing Xian smiled slyly. Hee-hee. Fire Qilin Patriarch was speechless. While Fire Qilin Patriarch and Hualing Xian were making a bet, Gu Fei's clone was sitting cross-legged in the purgatory furnace, allowing the purgatory fire to burn his body. This purgatory flame was incomparably terrifying. Soon, cracks began to appear on Gu Fei's clone's body. Gu Fei's clone was shocked. This body was an innate stoneman. It had been tempered by the spiritual qi of the world for countless years, and was even harder than immortal divine metal. However, the purgatory fire could burn the innate stoneman's body. If it was an ordinary emperor, they would have been burned to ashes. This guy, Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign, were the most shocked. The purgatory furnace was their trump card, combining the supreme mystiques of the two emperors of the Phoenix clan. However, what shocked them the most was that this guy was sitting cross-legged in the purgatory furnace, allowing them to refine him. Chapter 53:14. Outside Dongyang City, flames soared into the sky. Terrifying emperor-level pressure spread in all directions. The entire world was dyed crimson by the flames. That is, countless creatures in Dongyang City were shocked to the extreme when they saw this. It's the aura of the ancestors. The descendants of the Phoenix clan in Dongyang City were all dumbfounded, especially Feng Zhan. He was a genius of the Phoenix clan and often received pointers from the two ancestors, Feng Yang and Feng Zun. He was naturally very familiar with the auras of the two ancestors. The two ancestors are working together to fight someone. Feng Zhan was also dumbfounded like the other descendants of the Phoenix clan. It has to be said that the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan had never worked together before, because both Feng Yang and Feng Zun were at the peak of the Emperor realm. Feng Yang and Feng Zun could easily sweep through a region. In the entire Eastern Barren Territory, there was no one that could make them work together. But now, Feng Yang and Feng Zun, the two emperors of the Phoenix clan, were working together. This had never happened before. It was the first time. At this moment, many mysterious and powerful figures appeared near Dongyang City. There were quite a few experts in the vicinity watching the battle. The experts in the city also wanted to watch the battle, but no one was willing to break through Huangfu Zun's killing formation. However, everyone knew that the Phoenix clan definitely had a secret passage in and out of Dongyang City. However, since it was a secret passage, only the big shots of the Phoenix clan could use it. It's the purgatory furnace of the Phoenix clan. Two figures stood on a mountain in the distance. These two figures were blurry, as if they had no flesh and blood. It was as if a gust of wind could blow them away. Feng Yang and Feng Zun, those two old farts, are working together to fight the enemy. What is the background of that little guy? The two experts were whispering. I heard it's a guy called Li Heidao. What? There are only so many emperors in the Void Realm. When did this Li Heidao appear? Who knows? I'm afraid someone is pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. As the two figures were whispering, Gu Fei's avatar, who was trapped in the purgatory furnace, finally made his move. He pushed his palms upward. Rumble, boundless palm force surged from his hands and condensed into two large hands. These two large hands broke through the layers of purgatory divine fire and slapped out of the purgatory furnace. The palm force of Gu Fei's clone was simply invincible and unstoppable. Even if Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Lord worked together, they would not be able to suppress Gu Fei's clone. How is this possible? The two fire phoenixes were sent flying. The two huge palms smashed the purgatory furnace apart, and endless divine fire swept out in all directions. Everything that was burned by this divine fire would instantly turn into ashes. Even old ancestor Fire Qilin had to retreat with his granddaughter, Fire Spirit Xian Er. The entire mountain exploded as if the world was going to collapse. Countless rocks smashed toward Dongyang City. Boom! The first stone smashed into the killing formation Huang Fuzun had set up outside Dongyang City. The stone directly shattered and a ball of fire exploded. Countless runes appeared in the void. The next moment, a series of collisions rang out. Countless runes appeared in the air. The killing formation Huang Fuzun had set up was shaken. Countless creatures in the city looked at the scene in the sky in horror. The flames that exploded on Huang Fuzun's killing formation lit up the entire city. Roar! With a roar, Huang Fuzun appeared in the sky. Phoenix Lord, you deserve this. Huang Fuzun pounced on one of the fire phoenixes without hesitation. He was still brooding over Phoenix Lord's sneak attack on him. If not for his master, he would have died in the hands of the two old fogies of the Phoenix clan. How could Huang Fuzun not take revenge? However, the explosion of the purgatory furnace was too powerful. Even Huang Fuzun didn't dare to get close. The fire phoenix formed by the Phoenix Lord smashed over like a sun, and Huang Fuzun dodged in a hurry. Boom! The phoenix that the Phoenix Lord had turned into smashed into a mountain dozens of miles away. With a loud rumble, the mountain was smashed into pieces. Dust rose high into the sky. The other old ancestor of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang, wasn't much better. Fengyang was also sent, flying dozens of miles away, directly falling into a forest. The entire forest was instantly burned to ashes, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Can't even withstand one blow. A lazy voice rang out in the void. Huang Fuzun was stunned when he heard this voice. This black blade, Li, is too heaven-defying. In the sky, Hua Spirit Xian was dumbfounded by this scene. There is no such expert in the Eastern Barren Territory. He has probably surpassed the Emperor realm. Old ancestor Fire Qilin said with a serious expression. Haha, no matter what, old ancestor has lost. Hua Spirit Xian laughed. Since you lost, you have to pay. Old ancestor, give me your Fire Qilin pearl. Hua Spirit Xian was very happy. She had wanted old ancestor Fire Qilin's pearl for a long time. You've emptied my entire fortune. Old ancestor Fire Qilin took out his Fire Qilin pearl with a helpless expression. This was the Fire Qilin clan's treasure. It contained an enormous amount of Fire Qilin energy. Using it to cultivate would naturally yield twice the result with half the effort. Old ancestor, don't say that you're poor. I know that you have a lot of treasures. Hua Spirit Xian smiled. Old ancestor Fire Qilin was speechless. It seemed that his granddaughter had her eyes on all the treasures in his possession, while old ancestor Fire Qilin was feeling the pain of losing his Fire Qilin pearl. Fengyang and Fengzun had already charged at Gufei's clone. Kill! Fengyang turned into a human, but there were two golden wings on his back. He flapped his wings, and countless golden rays shot out from his wings, shooting at Gufei's clone in the air. Every ray of golden light seemed to have pierced through the void. However, to everyone's astonishment, Gufei's clone didn't dodge at all. He let the golden rays hit him. The sound of metal colliding was heard, and sparks flew everywhere. The golden rays that shot at Gufei's clone all shattered in the void. This, not only Fengyang, but all the experts who were watching the battle were also dumbfounded. This guy's physical body was so strong. If this is all you've got, surrender, Gufei's clone said indifferently. He didn't want to be high profile, but he had to. His strength didn't allow him to be low-key, because there would always be people who didn't know what was good for them. Chapter 53:15. A shocking scene unfolded before the eyes of all the experts of the human clan and the demon clan. The countless beams of golden light shot out by Fengyang ancestor hit Gu Fei's doppelganger directly. The beams of golden light, which could even pierce through divine iron, were all shattered when they hit Gu Fei's doppelganger. Such powerful beams of golden light couldn't hurt Gu Fei's doppelganger at all. This guy's physical body is so powerful. All the experts who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. After all, it was the patriarch of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang ancestor, who would dare to take an attack from him with their physical body. In the entire Eastern Barren Territory, there was absolutely no emperor who would dare to take an attack from Patriarch Fengyang with their physical body. However, this person called Li Heidao dared to take an all-out attack from Patriarch Fengyang with his physical body and come out unscathed. This was terrifying. Only a fierce dragon can cross a river. Patriarch Venerable said in a low voice from afar, with such combat strength and such a strong physical body, this guy's cultivation had probably surpassed the Emperor realm and reached that legendary realm. If this was true, then who in the entire Eastern Barren Territory could be a match for this guy called Li Heidao? Even Patriarch Venerable, who had dominated the Eastern Barren Territory for countless years, felt a little uneasy. Huang Fuzun also appeared nearby. He stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger in shock. At this moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't look like Gu Fei. Gu Fei had changed his appearance and aura. For a moment, even Huang Fuzun couldn't recognize Gu Fei's doppelganger. At this moment, an extremely cold aura appeared between heaven and earth. The next moment, endless spiritual qi of heaven and earth crazily gathered in one place. A huge saber shadow appeared in the sky. Everyone was shocked. Kill! With an angry roar, the saber shadow directly chopped down from the sky. Wherever it passed, a huge black crack appeared in the void. Is that the Fire Phoenix saber? Someone exclaimed. The Phoenix clan had a clan protecting Dao artifact, the Fire Phoenix saber. It was a legendary supreme Dao artifact that surpassed the royal tier. What a terrifying saber! Even Patriarch Fire Qilin, who had roamed the eastern wilderness for countless years, was shocked to see the scene. The Phoenix Lord had used the Fire Phoenix saber. It had been a long time since the Fire Phoenix saber had appeared in front of the world. It had been so long that the younger generation of Eastern Barren Territory cultivators didn't even know that the Phoenix clan had such a powerful Dao weapon. Rumble. When the Phoenix Supreme cleaved down with his blade, the entire world shook and the might was earth-shaking. Finally, there's something to see. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked up at the saber descending from the sky and said indifferently. However, even in the face of such a powerful blade, he still did not have any intention of dodging. The cold blade, qi, descended from the sky, and the impact caused the dust on the ground to rise. However, in the next moment, another shocking scene took place. Gu Fei's clone stretched out his right hand and grabbed the gigantic saber-light that was slashing down from above. What? The Phoenix Supreme's shock was no small matter. This was an attack from the Fire Phoenix saber, and it was the Phoenix Supreme's full-powered attack at that. Yet, this guy called Li Heidao had grabbed it just like that? All the spectating cultivators' eyes almost fell out of their sockets. This scene was too shocking. This guy's cultivation is definitely beyond the Emperor realm. Patriarch Fire Qilin's voice trembled. How can someone like this be unknown? Huiling Xian frowned. That's right. How could such a person be unknown? Patriarch Fire Qilin added. With this person's cultivation, he was probably one of the best in the entire Void Realm. However, no one had heard of the name Li Heidao. Super forces like the Eastern Barren Phoenix clan and the Fire Qilin clan had eyes all over the major regions. There was no reason for them not to know if such an unparalleled cultivator had appeared in the Void Realm. Everyone was extremely curious to know who this guy was. Or rather, which old fogey was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Even peak Emperor realm cultivators like Patriarch Fire Qilin were old. No one could easily cultivate to the Emperor realm. Those who could become Emperor realm cultivators had cultivated for countless years. To break through to the Emperor realm and take that legendary step was even more difficult. This guy, called Li Heidao, couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. He must be one of those old fogies who had cultivated for countless years and wanted to play around. Who is it? All the big shots were guessing. Could it be Master? Huang Fu Zun muttered to himself. It seemed that only Master had the strength to beat up 2 emperors of the Phoenix clan. Boom! Just as Gu Fei's clone grabbed the Fire Phoenix saber, Feng Yang turned into a fireball and charged at Gu Fei's clone. Humph! Gu Fei's doppelganger stretched out his left hand and blocked the incoming fireball. This guy is incredible, Hualing Xian exclaimed. Gu Fei's clone had blocked the joint attack of the 2 sovereigns of the Phoenix clan by himself. There was no one else in the entire eastern wilderness who could have such combat strength. Roar! Feng Yang roared angrily. The fireball he had transformed into exploded. A terrifying fire elemental power erupted and blasted a huge crater in the ground. One after another, transparent spatial ripples spread out in all directions, causing the void to tremble. Everyone, including the experts of the demon race, watched the battle nervously. Ordinary emperors wouldn't be able to withstand Feng Yang's attack. They would be destroyed in body and soul. Therefore, all the experts wanted to know if this guy, called Li Heidao, could withstand such an attack. Then, all the experts were stunned. Even under such a terrifying attack, Gu Fei's clone remained unharmed. How is this possible? Feng Yang was sent flying, and he kept coughing up blood. His trump card was equivalent to self-destruction. Even if he could kill the enemy, he would be greatly injured. This patriarch of the Phoenix clan was really fighting with his life against Gu Fei's clone. Damn it! Phoenix, Lord desperately urged the Fire Phoenix saber in his hand to press it down. However, no matter how much he urged, the Fire Phoenix saber couldn't move even an inch. What shocked Phoenix Lord even more was that this guy had grabbed the Fire Phoenix saber with his bare hands. He had completely ignored the sharpness of the Fire Phoenix saber. This was the Fire Phoenix saber. No one had ever been able to block the Fire Phoenix saber with their bare hands. In the history of the Phoenix clan, nothing like this had ever happened. Chapter 53:16. The battle strength displayed by Gu Fei's doppelganger was so terrifying that all the human clan and demon clan experts were stunned by his battle strength. At that moment, Gu Fei's clone sent Patriarch Feng Yang flying. His right hand was still holding onto the Fire Phoenix saber that Phoenix Supreme had cleaved down. No matter how Phoenix Supreme circulated the Yuan Qi in his body and tried his best to inject it into the Fire Phoenix saber in his hand, the Fire Phoenix saber in his hand didn't budge at all. Let go! Gu Fei's clone roared angrily. His hand that was holding the Fire Phoenix saber exerted strength, and an extremely powerful force immediately erupted from his hand. Phoenix Supreme only felt a huge force pass through the Fire Phoenix saber in his hand. It shook his hand so much that he felt a sharp pain and blood seeped out of his hand. However, Phoenix Supreme held onto the Fire Phoenix saber with all his might and refused to let go. You won't let go even after your hand cracked. You are awesome, Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. In the next moment, his right hand trembled, and an even more powerful force erupted from his hand. Roar! Phoenix Supreme roared with all his might. His Yuan Qi surged, and a huge Fire Phoenix phantom surged from his body. All his strength was gathered on his hands that were holding the Fire Phoenix saber. However, it didn't seem to be of any use. A bloody mist exploded from Phoenix Supreme's hands. The flesh and blood on his hands were shattered, revealing white bones. The power that erupted from Gu Fei's doppelganger's right hand was too strong. What? He's not letting go even after this? All the experts who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. Mother let go of me. Gu Fei's clone turned vicious as well. He roared angrily, and the hand that was holding the fire phoenix saber shook again. This time, his power surged out like a volcanic eruption. Phoenix Supreme's hands that were holding the fire phoenix saber were turned into a bloody mist and dissipated into the void. Even his bones were turned to dust. Of course, with Phoenix Supreme's cultivation level, his crippled hands could quickly recover. The Phoenix Sovereign screamed and was sent flying. He kept coughing up blood, and the blood he coughed up contained terrifying divine fire. The Phoenix Sovereign was one of the strongest Emperor Realm cultivators in the eastern wilderness. Who would have thought that he would be beaten so badly by a human? At this time, the Fire Phoenix saber naturally fell into the hands of Gu Fei's avatar. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Lord crashed into the forest dozens of miles away. The divine fire that erupted from his body turned the entire forest into a sea of fire. Preposterous! The Phoenix Lord was enraged. He activated the secret skill of the Fire Phoenix race right away without a care for anything else. In the next moment, an endless amount of spiritual chi gathered towards the Phoenix Lord in a frenzy. A fireball appeared in the sea of fire, and within the fireball a fire phoenix was being reborn. Terrifying waves of fire elemental power burst out from the fireball. Even the soil was melted by the heat, and the ground within a radius of tens of miles was dyed red. Nirvana! Seeing this, Gu Fei's avatar couldn't help but frown. It was hard to say how powerful the Phoenix Lord would be after Nirvana. After all, this was the trump card of the Phoenix race. On the other side, Feng Yang was undergoing Nirvana as well. The news that the two ancestors of the Phoenix race underwent Nirvana at the same time shook the entire eastern wilderness. All the experts present were shocked to the extreme. This human cultivator had forced the two ancestors of the Phoenix race to undergo Nirvana at the same time. No one in the eastern wilderness could match this kind of combatability. No demon could. At this time in the mountains outside Dongyang City, it was as if two divine suns had appeared. The entire land was burning, and the mountains were collapsing one after another. The entire land looked like it was about to be burned to ashes by the two divine suns. Countless experts who were watching the battle nearby had no choice but to retreat further away. Looks like the two old fogies of the Phoenix race are going to fight to the death with that guy called Li Heidao. Forefather Fire Qilin said solemnly, "This, Hu Ling and Xian are scared out of their wits." It has to be said that Feng Yang and the Phoenix Lord were both ancestors of the Phoenix race. They were both peak emperors. Li Heidao was also a heaven-defying cultivator. Once the two of them fought to the death, the area around Dongyang City would definitely suffer. Perhaps even Dongyang City would be affected. The consequences would be very serious. At this moment, Lin Xiaotian was in a very good mood in the Cloud Celestial House. Who was Lin Xiaotian? He was also a ruthless person back then. He dared to go to Ling Tian Palace alone and challenge the legendary Ling Tian Palace Master. He had already guessed that the person who could torture the two ancestors of the Phoenix race was definitely Gu Fei. Aside from Gu Fei, who else had such combat power? If Gu Fei killed the two ancestors of the Phoenix race, the Eastern Wasteland Demon Clan would never let it go. At that time, even Gu Fei would be in trouble. However, no matter how cunning Lin Xiaotian was, he could never imagine that the person who tortured Feng Yang and Feng Zun, the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan, was not Gu Fei himself, but his primordial stone man doppelganger. Gu Fei's connate stone golem avatar was already very strong. After his refinement, this connate stone golem avatar was even more powerful. Even the fire phoenix blade of the Phoenix race couldn't hurt Gu Fei's connate stone golem avatar. Gu Fei's stone avatar wasn't in a hurry to attack. He wanted to wait for the two of them to complete their nirvana rebirth before he attacked. Only then would he enjoy himself. Is this guy an idiot? He didn't attack before Feng Yang and the Phoenix Lord completed their nirvana rebirth? All the experts were extremely nervous at this time. Everyone knew that if they attacked when the two ancestors of the Phoenix race were undergoing Nirvana rebirth, they would definitely win. Only a fool would wait for the two ancestors to complete their Nirvana rebirth. "Shut up, all of you," Huangfu Zun shouted in a deep voice. Those who were whispering didn't dare to make a sound. After all, Huangfu Zun's name had spread all over the eastern wasteland these days. Who dared to provoke this devil? Even the experts of the immortal ancient city didn't want to provoke this madman. Roar! Roar! Two roars sounded at the same time, and the horrible sound waves spread in all directions. Wherever they passed, the void shook and the mountains were instantly shattered by the sound waves. Countless screams and cries of alarm rang out in the surroundings. Those with high cultivation, such as Ancestor Fire Qilin, were naturally not affected, but those under the Emperor realm were unlucky. Their ears were immediately shaken by the sound waves, causing them to bleed. Those with weaker cultivations directly fell from the sky. Of course, those who could fly were all at the immortal realm. Falling from the sky wouldn't kill them, but they would be covered in dust and dirt, looking extremely pathetic. Boom! Boom! Two loud bangs shook the heavens and the earth. Two extremely powerful figures stood up in the boundless divine fire. The two ancestors of the Phoenix race had completed their Nirvana rebirth. Both their energy and combat strength had surpassed their limits. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the void around them to tremble. Feng Yang and the Phoenix Lord were so powerful that it made people shiver. You shouldn't have let us complete our Nirvana. Chapter 53:17. Gu Fei's clone was fighting the two forefathers of the Phoenix clan. The two forefathers were the pillars of the Phoenix clan. If anything happened to them, the entire Phoenix clan would fall from the sky to the ground. Without an Emperor realm expert, the Phoenix clan was a fat piece of meat in the eyes of the Eastern Barren Territories experts. Everyone would take a bite until this piece of meat was eaten clean. Therefore, the two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang and Fengzuan, could not afford to lose. You shouldn't have let us succeed. At this moment, two figures stood up from within the boundless god flames. Every single one of them was extremely strong, causing the surrounding void to distort under the scorching heat of the god flames. Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign's cultivation and combat strength had not only recovered to their peak, they'd even surpassed it. Too powerful, too terrifying, all the experts who were watching the battle were shocked by the two experts, Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Lord. These two fellows have already broken through to the half-step transcendent Emperor realm, Forefather Phyrecolin said in shock. The two had become so powerful after undergoing Nirvana. If they worked together, they could probably sweep through the entire Eastern Barren Territory. The legendary realm, Hualing Xianer exclaimed. Under her grandfather's protection, she'd enjoyed watching the battle. Sigh. Forefather Phyrecolin sighed. He'd cultivated his entire life but hadn't been able to reach that realm. One had to admit that the Phoenix clan's secret art was truly amazing. This secret art could completely stimulate Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign's potential, allowing their combat strength to surpass their limits. Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign's cultivation had reached peak Emperor realm a long time ago. Nirvana's secret art could allow their combat strength to surpass their limits. Forefather Phyrecolin couldn't help but feel nervous. So what if I let you succeed in Nirvana? Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. You're too arrogant. Feng Yang glared at Gu Fei's clone. I'm not arrogant, you're just too weak. Gu Fei's clone said proudly. Why are we wasting time with this madman? Just kill him. The Phoenix Lord walked toward Gu Fei's clone step by step. That's true. Let's just kill him. Feng Yang also began to close in on Gu Fei's clone. The two experts rushed towards Gu Fei's clone at the same time. With every step they took, the void would tremble and transparent spatial ripples would spread out from under their feet. You two bastards, Do you want to gang up on me? Do you have any shame? At that moment, a loud shout came from afar. In the next moment, a figure rushed over from the distance. Countless runes surrounded the newcomer as he sat cross-legged on the golden lotus. This golden lotus platform was the Buddha's lotus platform formation disc. Huangfu Zun finally showed up. If he did not show himself now and infuriated his master, he would be in deep trouble. Of course, in his opinion, Feng Yang and Phoenix Lord were just clowns before his master. Huangfu Zun didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to show his loyalty. Huangfu Zun wanted Gu Fei to help him refine a new formation plate with the divine metal. Of course, he had already refined the Buddha's lotus platform, which was not bad at all. Huangfu Zun, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Phoenix Lord took a step forward and instantly appeared before Huangfu Zun. He threw a punch at Huangfu Zun. The violent fist force caused a gust of astral wind to blow high up in the sky. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed by the astral wind. Damn it! Huangfu Zun was shocked. He didn't expect the guy to attack without a second thought. He hurriedly activated the formation plate. In the next moment, a layer of runes appeared on the formation plate and covered him. Bam! Phoenix Lord's punch scattered the runes around Huangfu Zun and landed on Huangfu Zun's chest. Huangfu Zun and the Buddha's lotus platform were sent flying dozens of miles away. Everyone watching the battle was shocked. He sent Huangfu Zun flying with one punch? Such combat strength was indeed incredible. After undergoing nirvana, the Phoenix Lord was able to send Huangfu Zun flying with a single punch. Such combat strength scared all the experts present. The most depressed one was Huangfu Zun. He never thought that he would be sent flying by a punch from the Phoenix Lord. His chest caved in where he was punched. His sternum was shattered, and the clothes on his back were torn. Phoenix Lord's fist force went into Huangfu Zun's body and came out, tearing the clothes on his back. Of course, with Huangfu Zun's cultivation level, it was impossible to kill him with one punch. However, he was also badly injured. It would take some time for him to recover. Not only did he fail to show his loyalty in front of his master, he also lost face in front of his master. Huangfu Zun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You can't even withstand one blow. Phoenix Lord retracted his fist and sneered. You hit my man. The consequences will be severe. Gu Fei's clone looked at Phoenix Lord and said indifferently, What did you say? Phoenix Lord stared at Gu Fei's clone coldly. Huangfu Zun is your man? You're Gu Fei. Feng Yang, who had been staring at Gu Fei's clone, suddenly said, What? All the experts watching the battle were shocked. This guy named Li Heidao was the legendary Gu Fei who dared to fight with Lingtian Palace Master? If this peerless villain came, the Phoenix clan would be in trouble. At this time, even Lin Xiaotian in Dongyang City was shocked to the extreme. He had never seen Gu Fei and didn't know what Gu Fei looked like. In fact, in the entire East Baron territory, who had seen Gu Fei the peerless villain? Gu Fei is here? What should we do? Compared to Lin Xiaotian's calmness, East King panicked. Gu Fei was so powerful. How could they be a match for Gu Fei? Master is here? How is this possible? Soon, Xiaoye and Long Xiaozhou received the news. Xiaoye and Long Xiaozhou knew that their master couldn't leave Myriad Buddha Mountain right now, because their master had to refine the devil source he had obtained from the devil cave. That devil source was not so easy to refine. Therefore, the master who had appeared near Dongyang City was definitely not their master's original body. Is it a clone? Xiaoye and Long Xiaozhou were shocked. Their master's clone was strong enough to fight with the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan? At this time, in the sky outside Dongyang City, the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan were confronting Gu Fei's clone. The Phoenix clan could undergo nirvana rebirth and break through their limits. The current Feng Yang and Phoenix Lord didn't care about Gu Fei's clone at all. This was because they guessed that Gu Fei's clone's cultivation realm was only a half-step Supreme Emperor. You guys come together." Gu Fei's clone crooked his finger at Feng Yang and Phoenix Lord. What? Feng Yang and Phoenix Lord were furious when they saw that Gu Fei's clone was still looking down on them. Boom! Boom! Chapter 5318. After undergoing nirvana, Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign were extremely powerful. In their current state, they could definitely dominate the Eastern Barren Territory. They could even fight their way into Middle Sky and fight against the Buddha and Sky Clan. However, it was a pity that they were going up against Gu Fei's clone. Although Gu Fei's clone was only at the peak of the Emperor realm, his body had been tempered by Gu Fei's main body. It was so strong that even a half-step Emperor realm Dao artifact wouldn't be able to hurt him. Boom! Boom! The two Phoenix ancestors exploded with boundless sacred fire. The space around them twisted from the heat. Kill! Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign exploded with murderous intent. They were determined to kill Gu Fei's clone. If they didn't kill Gu Fei's clone would become a shadow in their hearts. If that happened, they would never be able to break through to the transcendent Emperor realm. How fierce, haha! Gu Fei's clone laughed and used the 8 desolation steps. Countless figures of Gu Fei's clones appeared in the air. Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign's attacks couldn't even touch the corner of Gu Fei's clone's clothes. Their sacred fire also couldn't hurt Gu Fei's clone at all. Gu Fei's clone moved quickly in the endless sacred fire. It was as if he was playing with the Phoenix ancestor. He was extremely relaxed and didn't look like he was fighting to the death with the two ancestors. All the experts watching from afar were shocked by the movement technique of Gu Fei's doppelganger. The 3 figures moved quickly in the sacred fire. Strangely, there wasn't a single sound of collision. This meant that they hadn't really fought yet. Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign were extremely depressed. The 2 old ancestors of the Phoenix's clan turned into 2 dazzling flames, causing the void to tremble in their path. However, no matter how fast they were, they could not even touch the corner of Gu Fei's clone's clothes. "Coward, don't run if you dare," Feng Yang roared. "Haha, I'm not running away. I'm just teasing you, you know." Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed. What? The 2 patriarchs of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Feng Zun, were so furious that they almost lost their minds when they heard that. This guy had underestimated them. Boundless fire net. Feng Yang and Feng Zun, the 2 great patriarchs of the Phoenix clan, worked together. Boundless divine fire surged, and a huge fire net appeared in the sea of fire, covering Gu Fei's clone. Invulnerable. Gu Fei's doppelganger stopped and sat cross-legged in the void, allowing the fire net to trap him. However, the void around him was distorted, and the fire net couldn't get close to him. What kind of divine ability is this? When Ancestor Fire Qilin, who was watching from the side, saw this, he could not help but frown. Let's destroy this guy's body and soul. Feng Yang and Feng Zun were overjoyed when they saw that Gu Fei's doppelganger was trapped. They performed the purgatory furnace again, wanting to refine Gu Fei's doppelganger. Rumble, boundless fire, elemental power was drawn over by them. The furnace was 30,000 meters tall, and the divine fire inside was extremely powerful. Even immortal godly metal would be instantly melted into a wisp of smoke if it was thrown into this 30,000-meter furnace. The scene of this towering furnace towering between the heavens and the earth was simply too shocking. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger just sat in the void. No matter how powerful the fire of the furnace was, none of the divine fire could touch him. How is this possible? Feng Yang and Feng Zun, the 2 great ancestors of the demon clans, were dumbfounded when they saw that. They had already reached nirvana and stimulated all of their potential. But now it seemed like they still could not defeat this guy. An hour passed, and Gu Fei's doppelganger was still unmoving like a mountain. 2 hours had passed, and there was no change at all. The furnace, on the other hand, had refined the void around Gu Fei's doppelganger into countless cracks. If it continued, even the void would be refined. Master! Huang Fuzun panicked when he saw Gu Fei's doppelganger trapped in the furnace. He did not know that Gu Fei's real self was on Mount Million Buddha. The Gu Fei trapped in the furnace was just Gu Fei's doppelganger. Huang Fuzun would be shocked if he did not know. If Gu Fei died, he would be buried with him. Gu Fei had planted a fatal forbidden technique on him. You despicable bastards! Huang Fuzun had been severely injured by Fengzuan. He took a few healing pills and rushed over. Kill! He waved his right hand in the void, and a huge dragon rushed out of the mountain range below, pouncing at Fengyang with its claws and fangs bared. It was a dragon formed by the qi of the mountain range. He had already planted formation plates in the surrounding mountains to draw the power of the earth for his own use. You only know how to draw the qi of the earth veins for your own use. You've fallen behind after all. Gu Fei's doppelganger's voice rang in Huang Fuzun's mind. This, Huang Fuzun was shocked. You still dare to come to die? At this time, Fengzuan rushed over and smashed Huang Fuzun's earth vein dragon with one punch. The violent fist energy sent Huang Fuzun flying again. There was no other way. After Fengzuan's nirvana, his combat strength had skyrocketed. He was no longer someone Huang Fuzun could deal with. Huang Fuzun vomited blood again. However, he laughed weirdly despite the fact that he was vomiting blood, because at this time, Gu Fei's doppelganger sent a formation method into his mind. This formation method was a formation that drew the power of the stars in the world. If he could draw the power of the stars for his own use, Huang Fuzun's combat strength would skyrocket. The unity of heaven, earth, and man was the ultimate way of formation. Huang Fuzun had only cultivated the earth formation method. Although it was impressive to draw the power of the earth for his own use, it was nothing in Gu Fei's eyes. Thank you for the method, Master. Huang Fuzun was overjoyed. This formation technique made him feel like he had been enlightened. It solved all the problems he had been facing for many years in the field of formation. Huang Fuzun was also an amazing person. He had opened up the path of Formation Emperor with his own strength. After receiving this formation method, Huang Fuzun felt like he had found a treasure. He quickly mastered it. At this time, Fengzuan only wanted to kill Gu Fei's doppelganger, so he didn't go after Huang Fuzun. However, what frustrated Fengyang and Fengzuan was that no matter how much they urged the furnace, they couldn't do anything to Gu Fei's doppelganger. Moreover, Fengyang and Fengzuan were frustrated that this guy was still drawing the power of the furnace to refine the Fire Phoenix saber in his hand. The Fire Phoenix saber was the Phoenix clan's treasure. What would happen if he refined it? Damn it! Chapter 5319. The battle between Gu Fei's clone and the two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan had reached the final stage. The two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan had used their trump cards. However, they couldn't do anything to Gu Fei's clone. Left with no choice, Fengyang and Phoenix Lord could only charge into the 10,000 Zhang furnace and attack Gu Fei's clone. They couldn't just watch as the Phoenix clan's ultimate treasure, the Fire Phoenix saber, was refined by their opponent. Kill! Fengyang roared and turned into a dazzling saber light, slashing at Gu Fei's clone who was sitting cross-legged in the void. Using his body as a saber, Fengyang's attack was extremely powerful. Even the void was torn apart. Its power wasn't any weaker than the Fire Phoenix saber's all-out attack. Boom! At the next moment, Gu Fei's clone exploded. At this moment, he had successfully refined the Fire Phoenix saber, and the power of the 5 elements erupted from his body. Without hesitation, he swung his saber to meet the saber light. The power of the 5 elements erupted from the Fire Phoenix saber. The power of Gu Fei's clone slash was extremely powerful as well. Clang! In the next moment, the 2 saber lights instantly slashed together, making a sound of metal colliding. The saber light transformed by old ancestor Fengyang was directly slashed away by Gu Fei's doppelganger. On the other hand, Gu Fei's clone was as still as a mountain. Gu Fei's clone sent old ancestor Fengyang flying with a saber and swept the fire phoenix saber in his hand, meeting the old ancestor phoenix, Lord's attack. Fire phoenix spreads wings. The phoenix lord's wings fluttered, and two divine saber lights met the fire phoenix saber that Gu Fei's clone had slashed at. Without any suspense, the phoenix lord was also sent flying by Gu Fei's clone. What? Fengyang's figure appeared in the void with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Even though he had undergone nirvana, he still couldn't fight this guy? It was the same for the Phoenix Supreme. He had undergone nirvana, and his battle prowess had soared. However, he realized that he was still no match for this person. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Phoenix Supreme was about to go crazy. Could this guy be a transcendent emperor? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? In front of this person, he felt powerless for the first time. Thank you for gathering such a powerful force. Thank you. Haha. As Gu Fei's doppelganger spoke, he immediately channeled his mysterious technique. In the next moment, his body seemed to have become a bottomless black hole, furiously devouring the fire elemental power of the 10,000 Zhang furnace. What? Fengyang and Phoenix Sovereign were shocked by this scene. This guy could actually devour the power of the furnace. How was that possible? Rumble! One after another, streams of fiery light condensed from the essence of fire rushed towards Gu Fei's clone from all directions. Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Sovereign hurriedly gathered their fire elemental energy. However, they soon realized that no matter how much fire elemental energy they gathered, the power of the 10,000-foot furnace was still being devoured by Gu Fei's clone. Roar! Fengyang and Phoenix Sovereign kept roaring. Powerful fluctuations of the power of fire broke out from their bodies, and a phantom of fire phoenix emerged from their bodies. The power of the 10,000-foot furnace, standing between heaven and earth, was constantly weakening, and the light became dim. In just a few seconds, Gu Fei's clone had already devoured countless power of fire elemental energy. Haha, great! Gu Fei's clone laughed. The power of fire elemental energy was constantly devoured into his body, and even he had a feeling that his body was about to swell. Buzz! The fire phoenix saber in the hands of Gu Fei's clone made a series of vibrations, and countless ancient Tao patterns loomed on the fire phoenix saber. Each Tao pattern was revealing endless fluctuations of the power of fire elemental energy. Even the fire phoenix saber in the hands of Gu Fei's clone was devouring the essence of fire elemental energy of the 10,000-foot furnace. Well, I'll give you a chance. Capture Lin Xiaotian and I'll let you go, Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. This, Fengyang and Phoenix Sovereign couldn't take it anymore. If they were devoured by the opponent like this, their cultivation would be completely devoured by the opponent. Okay, I promise you, Lord Phoenix said without hesitation. You're very straightforward. Gu Fei's clone was a little surprised to see Phoenix Sovereign answering so straightforwardly. If I can't win, I naturally have to lower my head. There's nothing to say. Phoenix Sovereign said indifferently. Okay. Gu Fei's doppelganger waved his sleeves, causing the 10,000-feet furnace to collapse and be devoured cleanly by him. No one thought that this guy, Li Heidao, was still pretending to be weak. He could actually devour the 10,000-foot furnace. So easily. The two old ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang and Phoenix Sovereign, only felt that their bodies were hollowed out in an instant. The 10,000-foot furnace was condensed with the powerful vitality of the two old ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang and Phoenix Sovereign. It was devoured by Gu Fei's clone, just like that. Naturally, their vitality was greatly damaged. Okay, get out of here, Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. Fengyang and Phoenix Sovereign were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They just turned around and left. We're in big trouble. Lin Xiaotian was a peak emperor. He guessed the reason why the battle outside suddenly stopped. It seemed that Fengyang and Phoenix, sovereign, had to lower their heads. As expected, after Fengyang and Phoenix, sovereign, entered Fengyang City, they headed straight for Dongyang City. However, they missed their target because Lin Xiaotian and Dongwang had disappeared. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. No one knew where they went. Didn't we already keep an eye on them? Why did they still escape? The Phoenix Supreme was furious because they would not be able to answer to Gu Fei's clone if that happened. How did they escape? Fengyang pondered. This was too unbelievable. Only they knew the secret passage of the Phoenix clan in and out of Dongyang City. It was impossible for outsiders to know that secret passage. The current Dongyang City was not only protected by the city defense formation, but also blocked by the killing formation set up by Huang Fuzun. Even an emperor could not escape from Dongyang City without making any noise. What should we do now? Phoenix Sovereign vented for a while and then said to Fengyang, "What else can we do? Let them come in and search." Fengyang said indifferently, Phoenix Sovereign sighed. The Phoenix clan of the Eastern Wilderness had never been so aggrieved. They were attacked and had to bow to the other party. The Phoenix clan is just SOO. In the sky, Gu Fei's clone sighed. Lin Xiaotian was a ruthless character. Under such circumstances, he could still escape with Dongwang. Even Gu Fei's doppelganger could not help but admire this guy. Gu Fei's clone didn't expect Lin Xiaotian to escape. He was starting to appreciate his talent. Chapter 5320 Eastern Wilderness, Dongyang City. Lin Xiaotian had escaped with Dongwang. No one knew how the two of them escaped from Dongyang City, because the current Dongyang City was even more secure than an iron bucket. Even Fengyang and Fengzun, the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan, had to use the secret passage to enter and exit Dongyang City. Lin Xiaotian could disappear silently with a person, which shocked the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang and Fengzun. Search the entire city. If you can't find anything, don't come back. Fengzun roared at his subordinates. Yes. The group of experts of the Phoenix clan quickly accepted the order. Fengzhan was also among the experts of the Phoenix clan. He was also one of the best in the younger generation of the Phoenix clan, and there were many people following him. He directly found young Master Qing and Go Sheng and asked them to mobilize their friends in the city to search for Lin Xiaotian and King Dong in the whole city. The general of the city, Lang Tianhao, and his son, Lang Shan, led the regular army of Dongyang City to search openly. There was also Fengzhan in the dark. This way, the Phoenix clan really mobilized all the forces in Dongyang City. The fat man from the Celestial Sect had been watching the show. The Celestial Sect was even more mysterious than Ling Tian Palace. The fat man didn't seem to care about the chaos in Dongyang City at all. The people of the Celestial Sect were playing around in the human world. No one knew where they would appear. Damn, fatty, I heard that your sect is very mysterious. The fat man was watching the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan deploy troops from the tall building of the Yunxian house. He was engrossed in watching when a beautiful female voice came from the side and scared him. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's the two fairies. The fat man smiled. I wonder why the two fairies are looking for me. Fatty said with a smile, Can't I look for you if there's nothing? Xiaoya said, I'm not interested in a silly little girl like you. The fat man looked at Xiaoya and said, At this time, Xiaoya was only 8 or 9 years old. Ever since she reached the divine realm, she seemed to have always maintained this appearance. What did you say? Xiaoya glared at him and a murderous aura spread from her body. Little girl, your temper is really bad. Fatty did not put Lilia in his eyes at all. Damn, Fatty, this senior sister of mine is my master's favorite disciple. If you offend this senior sister of mine, you'll be in big trouble. Long Xiaozhou smiled. Is that so? Who is your master? Fatty asked curiously. Gu Fei. Long Xiaozhou said indifferently. What? Fatty staggered and almost fell. He really didn't know that the master of these two was actually Gu Fei. It should be known that Gu Fei was a ruthless person who dared to fight with the palace master of Ling Tian Palace. The Gate of Heaven was very powerful, but compared to the Ling Tian Palace, the Gate of Heaven was a little lacking. Otherwise, the Ling Tian Palace would not be the #1 faction in the world, and the Ling Tian Palace Master would not be the #1 expert in the world. This Gu Fei dared to fight with Palace Master Ling Tian. He was really too awesome. As soon as he heard that they were the disciples of Gu Fei, Fatty was shocked. It turns out that the two fairies are the disciples of Senior Gu. I'm really sorry, Fatty said with a dignified face. Are you afraid? Ha! Long Xiaozhou laughed. You're scared, Xiaoya said indifferently. Fatty was really speechless. At this time, the entire Donyang city had been in chaos because of the Phoenix clan. Countless humans and demons were crying for their parents. However, even if the Phoenix clan turned the entire Donyang city upside down, they would not be able to find Lin Xiaotian because they were no longer in Donyang city. Interesting. Outside Donyang city, Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed because he sensed the aura of Lin Xiaotian and King Dong. Lin Xiaotian and King Dong were already thousands of miles away from Donyang city. However, he didn't make a move. If he did, it would be meaningless. Huang Fuzun and the others couldn't sense the aura of Lin Xiaotian and King Dong. In Donyang city, Feng Yang and Feng Zun both released their powerful divine senses. They wanted to search every inch of the void in Donyang city. Of course, they found nothing. Even Gu Fei's doppelganger was a little curious. How did Lin Xiaotian and King Dong escape from the city? I don't think they can find anyone. At this time, Long Xiaozhou leaned on the railing of the Yunxian house. She couldn't help but shake her head when she saw the countless experts of the Phoenix clan causing chaos in Donyang city. Of course they can't find anyone, Fatty said proudly. Damn, Fatty, why do you say that? Do you know something? Xiaoya stared at Fatty and said, Because I gave them a way out. Fatty was even more proud. What? Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou were shocked when they heard this. Is it really you? Long Xiaozhou looked at Fatty up and down. At this time, she realized that she couldn't see through Fatty's strength. As a result, Long Xiaozhou was even more shocked. Fatty, you've really hidden yourself well. Long Xiaozhou laughed. What's there to hide? Fatty pretended to be stupid. Senior sister, do it. As Long Xiaozhou spoke, he directly punched the fat man's fat face. At the same time, Xiaoya also flew up and kicked Fatty's waist. What do you want to do? Fatty was taken aback. He tilted his head and swung his bucket-like waist, causing Long Xiaozhou's fist to brush past his forehead. Xiaoya's toes also brushed past Fatty's clothes at his waist. This, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya's shock was no small matter. This damn Fatty was really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The three of them fought on the Yunxian house. Although Fatty was like a ball, he was very slippery. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya joined hands, but they didn't hit anything. He dodged all of their attacks. Fatty's body movement was amazing. Hey, 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 fairies, don't. Fatty shouted as he dodged, waving his hands and feet in joy. Preposterous. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya were furious. This guy didn't fight back at all. This made them very depressed because if Fatty didn't attack, they couldn't use their 9 secrets of immortal Tao. The cultivation techniques of the immortal sect were really interesting. Fatty's body movement was really strange, but it was also very useful. If Fatty's body movement was used to escape with Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya's cultivation, they really couldn't stop him. Of course, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya also had a trump card that they hadn't used. Damn Fatty, fight back! Long Xiaozhou said while attacking. You coward! Xiaoya also said angrily. Haha, I won't attack. What can you do to me? Fatty said with incomparable pride. Long Xiaozhou was angry. You think we can't do anything to you if you don't attack? Chapter 50, 321. Dongyang City, Yunxian Residence. Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Yu were battling the fatty from the Immortal Gate. The fatty was quite capable. He didn't fight back and kept dodging. This made Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Yu very unhappy and depressed. Because the fatty didn't fight back, their 9 secrets of the Immortal Path was useless. Moreover, they weren't very familiar with some of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, so they wouldn't casually use the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path. I say, fairies, why are you making things difficult for me? Fighting isn't good. Why don't we find a place to eat and drink tea? The fatty kept talking as he dodged. Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Yu had a big headache because of this guy. Fairies, why don't I treat you? The fatty said, I'll treat you to a machete. Long Xiaozhou flipped her right hand angrily, and a saber immediately appeared in her hand. A heart-palpitating aura seeped out from the saber. This saber! When the fatty saw the saber in Long Xiaozhou's hand, he broke out in cold sweat. Could it be Sovereign Slayer Saber? The fatty exclaimed. His chubby face became extremely nervous, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. You're quite knowledgeable. Long Xiaozhou was about to use Sovereign Slayer Saber. Oh my god! When the fatty saw that Long Xiaozhou was about to use Sovereign Slayer Saber, he jumped 1,000 feet into the air and instantly fled toward the city. He was many times faster than a rabbit. This guy is so fat, but he's so fast. When Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Yu saw this, they were also dumbfounded. Go after him. What are you waiting for? Little Ye rushed out of the elemental immortal residence and chased after Fatty. Long Xiaozhou also chased after her. She wasn't going to let the fatty go so easily. Therefore, a strange scene appeared in the city. 2 beautiful women, one big and one small, were chasing a fatty who was as fat as a ball. Everywhere they passed, they attracted the attention of countless humans and demons. What are they doing? Feng Yang and Feng Zun also noticed that Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Yu were chasing after fatty. Ancestors, those 2 women are Gu Fei's disciples, and the fatty they're chasing is a disciple of the immortal sect. Feng Zhan, who was waiting on the side, said carefully, What? Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign were shocked to hear that. Gu Fei's disciple was hunting down the disciples of the immortal sect? What's going on? Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign were confused. Was Gu Fei going to attack the immortal sect? That was an immortal sect, a legendary hidden sect. The immortal sect was mysterious and unfathomable. No one knew where they were located. However, although the immortal sect was mysterious, it was recognized as a superpower that was second only to the Ling Tian Palace. Who would have thought that a disciple from such a powerful sect would be chased by Gu Fei's disciple to such a sorry state? That is Royal Slayer Saber? When Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign saw the saber in Long Xiaozhou's hand, they were shocked. Royal Slayer Saber was the #1 Dao weapon in Nanman. Legend had it that Royal Slayer Saber had tasted the blood of an emperor. Moreover, this sovereign beheaded saber was snatched from the hands of barbarian emperor by Gu Fei. It was a spoils of war, and barbarian emperor was probably killed by Gu Fei with this sovereign beheader saber. When Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign thought of this, they couldn't help but sweat. At that moment, rays of golden light rushed out of Xiao Yu's body. The golden light turned into armor and stuck to her body. In an instant, Xiao Yu turned into a golden god of war. Even the Phoenix Supreme and Feng Yang could feel that Xiao Yu was different from the others. Golden armor. After Xiao Yu put on the golden armor, her aura changed drastically. The aura that the golden armor exuded made Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign's heart palpitate. Gu Fei actually gave these 2 peerless Dao weapons to his disciple? Feng Yang was dumbfounded. One should know that these 2 peerless Dao weapons weren't ordinary Dao weapons. Back then, barbarian sovereign relied on these 2 peerless Dao weapons to dominate the world. Emperor Barbarian had used these two supreme Tao weapons to unify Nanman. He even wanted to fight his way out of Nanman and fight for supremacy in Zhongtian. Unfortunately, the waters of Zhongtian were deep and Nanman returned in defeat. However, this was enough to prove the power of these two supreme Tao weapons. Now, Emperor Barbarian's two supreme Tao weapons had appeared in the hands of two girls. If Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign didn't have any thoughts about it, it would be impossible. If they had these two supreme Tao weapons, would they be able to fight against Gu Fei? When they thought of this, Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign couldn't help but be tempted. The supreme Tao weapons were right in front of them. Who wouldn't be tempted? Should we snatch them? Phoenix Sovereign sent a voice transmission to Feng Yang. Feng Yang didn't say anything, because everyone knew that once they made a move, there would be no turning back. It would be considered as going against Gu Fei. We can't be decisive, Phoenix Sovereign continued. Then let's snatch them. Feng Yang roared. He extended his right hand and grabbed Xiaoya. He wanted Xiaoya's golden armor. There was no such thing as a free lunch. How was it possible to get the other party's supreme Tao weapon without taking the risk? The other party wouldn't hand it over to them. Snatch them. Seeing Feng Yang make a move, Phoenix Sovereign also made a move. He wanted the Sovereign Slayer in Long Xiaozhou's hand. These two! In the sky, Gu Fei's clone's eyes turned cold when he saw this. They actually went back on their word and attacked his two disciples. This was too despicable. Phoenix Sovereign and Feng Yang were the patriarchs of the Phoenix clan and Emperor Realm experts. As for Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya, one was at the peak of God King and the other was only at the peak of God Realm. Does the Phoenix clan have any shame? Huang Fuzun roared when he saw this. His voice reverberated in Dongyang City and shook the souls of countless living beings. All the living beings in Dongyang City were terrified to the extreme. Rumble! Huang Fuzun made a move immediately. He activated the killing formation with all his might. In the next moment, a deafening dragon roar resounded and countless illusions of dragons rushed out from the ground. At the same time, starlight descended from the sky and dispersed the clouds above Dongyang City. It was the power of the stars in the sky that was drawn by Huang Fuzun. Gu Fei's clone had imparted him an array Tao cultivation technique, and he was able to use it on the spot. Seeing this, Gu Fei's clone also nodded inwardly. Huang Fuzun was really talented in the Tao formations. Roar! Endless starlight turned into a huge dragon that swooped down on Dongyang City. It was like the dragon ancestor had descended from the heavens. Countless living beings in the city were scared out of their wits when they saw this. Rumble. Chapter 53:22. Huang Fuzun's talent in formation Tao was really good. In Gu Fei's eyes, it was already amazing. It has to be said that Gu Fei's vision was very high. In the entire Void Realm, even Long Xiaozhou's talent in formation Tao was not as good as Huang Fuzun's. Huang Fuzun's reputation as the #1 formation Tao master in the Void Realm was not just for show. Back then, Huang Fuzun was so famous, but in order to refine the ultimate formation disc in his eyes, he guarded the Fallen Star mountain range alone for thousands of years. Although he was no longer famous, his cultivation was even stronger. At this moment, inside Dongyang City, Feng Yang and Feng Zun wanted to steal the peerless weapons from Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya. Huang Fuzun could no longer sit still and directly activated the killing formation. After he improved the killing formation, it could attract the power of the stars in the sky. This surprised even Gu Fei's avatar. At this moment, Huang Fuzun attracted the power of the heavens and the earth to attack together. An extremely terrifying power erupted, causing the entire protective formation of Dongyang City to tremble. What are the ancestors doing? Feng Zhan and the others were shocked by this scene. Even Lang Tianhao and his son were a bit confused. Were the two ancestors really willing to offend a peerless monster like Gu Fei? Bam! With a muffled sound, Long Xiaozhou was sent flying by Feng Zun. With a bang, he smashed a pavilion and caused dust to fly everywhere. Although Xiaoya was protected by the golden armor, she was also sent flying. How dare you, bullying the weak! Your Phoenix clan is really despicable and shameless. Huangfu Zun let out a roar and operated the killing formation at full power. The shadows of the dragons entangled the city protection formation of Dongyang City. The city protection formation of Dongyang City immediately became unstable. Countless runes intertwined on the protective formation of Dongyang City. When Huangfu Zun was angry, he was very terrifying. The protective formation of Dongyang City showed signs of collapsing, which scared Lang Tianhao and the others. It has to be said that once Huangfu Zun killed his way in, the consequences would be very serious. If Huangfu Zun went on a killing spree in the city, countless creatures in the city would suffer. In the secret chamber of the city, Lord's Mansion, the formation master controlling the city's protection formation was in a sorry state. His clothes were stained with blood. Dongyang City's city protecting formation had been attacked, and he had also been affected. Huangfu Zun is a lunatic. The black-robed array master gritted his teeth and said. He sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to activate the array disc with all his might. In the city, countless human clan and demon clan were still searching for Lin Xiaotian and East King. Damn it! At that moment, Long Xiaozhou had already activated the power that Gu Fei had planted in the sovereign killer blade. In the next moment, an extremely ferocious aura exploded from the blade in her hand. What? The Phoenix Lord's expression changed when he sensed the energy erupting from the sovereign beheading saber. Kill! Long Xiaozhou seemed to have changed into a different person. He held the Emperor Slayer blade and slashed towards Phoenix Supreme. Hum! The Emperor Slayer's saber let out a buzzing sound. In the next moment, a dazzling saber light rushed out of Long Xiaozhou's hand. It soared thousands of feet in an instant and slashed right in front of Phoenix Lord. The Phoenix Lord was shocked and dodged without thinking. He couldn't block the strike at all. If he couldn't block it, he would be killed. Roar! The Phoenix Lord cried out in pain. Blood appeared, and one of his arms flew up. In the next moment, the arm turned into a golden wing and fell from the sky. In the end, he still couldn't completely dodge Long Xiaozhou's attack. One of his wings was cut off by Long Xiaozhou. An angry woman was not to be trifled with. It was a left wing. When Gu Fei's avatar saw this, he reached out and broke the city's protection formation. He grabbed the golden wing that Long Xiaozhou had cut off. The Phoenix Lord was shocked and angry. He didn't expect the city's protection formation to be as fragile as paper in the eyes of the person outside. Braised phoenix wings should be pretty good. Gu Fei's avatar, who was sitting in the sky outside Dongyang City, smiled. Damn it! The Phoenix Lord was shocked and angry. They seemed to have underestimated the person outside, but they couldn't turn back now. At this moment, Feng Yang was also forced to retreat by Xiaoya, who was going all out. With Xiaoya's cultivation level, it was impossible for her to activate the golden armor. However, the golden armor contained the power that Gu Fei had planted in it. Therefore, the power that the golden armor displayed was heaven-defying as well. Little you could actually rely on the power of the golden battle armor to fight against an emperor. This shocked everyone to the extreme. Of course, everyone could see that Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya were using the power of the peerless weapons to fight against the two Phoenix ancestors. This made Feng Yang and the Phoenix Lord even more jealous. If they could get these two peerless weapons, they would have a chance to fight against Gu Fei. Feng Yang and the Phoenix Lord attacked even more ruthlessly. However, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya weren't to be trifled with. The 9 secrets of the celestial path were endless. They could use them to practice with the two Phoenix ancestors. This is, as soon as Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya attacked, the Phoenix Lord and Feng Yang were immediately flustered. Swish! There was a flash of blade energy, and a bloody mark appeared on the Phoenix Lord's back. One of his wings had been cut off by Long Xiaozhou, so his combat ability had decreased a lot. On the other side, Xiaoyu was wearing the golden armor. She had a shield in her left hand and a spear in her right. She was locked in battle with Fengyang. The power of the royal beheaded blade and the golden armor was activated by the power that Gu Fei had planted in them. There was a time limit. Once the time was up, the two weapons would return to their original forms. Therefore, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoyu were fighting with all they had. The two Phoenix ancestors, Fengyang and the Phoenix Lord, were forced to retreat again and again. How is this possible? All the spectators found it hard to believe that the two little girls could compete with the Phoenix ancestors. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe it? With their level of cultivation, how could they use these two peerless, godly weapons? In the sky, Firecolin ancestor stared at the battle in the city with a frown. Gu Fei's two disciples were amazing. How did they do it? Firecolin ancestor was really curious. If you want to know, I can ask them after they finish fighting. Hualing Xian smiled. You? How? You don't know them well. Firecolin ancestor said disapprovingly. That's easy. If we don't know them well, we'll get along until we do. Hualing Xian said confidently. Yes, you're amazing. Firecolin ancestor gave Hualing Xian a thumbs up. Master, please break Dongyang City's defensive formation and let me kill my way in. Huangfu Zun came before Gu Fei's clone and bowed. What's the rush? Let's watch the show first. Chapter 53:23. The two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan attacked Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoye at the same time. Huangfu Zun, who was outside the city, was anxious. He wanted to ask Gu Fei's clone to help. However, Gu Fei's clone was not in a hurry. He wanted to watch the show first. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoye both had their own trump cards. How could Gu Fei's disciple be so easily bullied? From time to time, the sound of the sovereign beheading saber could be heard in Dongyang City. Powerful saber energy surged from the city, shocking everyone. The sovereign beheading saber appeared again. Of course, the super forces in the entire Void Realm knew where the sovereign beheading saber went. The saber was originally in the hands of the barbarian sovereign. However, after the barbarian sovereign was killed by Gu Fei, the saber fell into Gu Fei's hands. Now, the sovereign beheading saber was in the hands of Gu Fei's disciple, Long Xiaozhou. This surprised the experts watching the battle, because no one expected Gu Fei to give the sovereign beheading saber to his disciple. After all, it was the sovereign beheading saber, the #1 saber in the southern barbarian continent. In fact, these experts didn't expect that Gu Fei didn't care about the sovereign beheading saber at all. Long Xiaozhou's dragon and saber actually forced the Phoenix Lord to retreat. This stunned the experts watching the battle. The Phoenix Lord was in existence at the peak of the Emperor realm. This saber is so powerful. Patriarch Firecolin exclaimed. He didn't expect Long Xiaozhou to turn the tables with the sovereign beheading saber. Her opponent was the patriarch of the Phoenix clan, Phoenix Feather Sword. The Phoenix Lord shouted. In the next moment, countless shadows of golden feathers rushed out from his body. Each feather instantly turned into a shocking sword rainbow that pierced towards Long Xiaozhou. Chaotic reversal. Long Xiaozhou withdrew the sovereign beheading saber. In the next moment, a chaotic force erupted from her body, causing the surrounding void to distort. Countless sword lights that were piercing towards Dragon Boat suddenly pierced out in all directions. Then, wherever the sword light passed, houses were slashed and collapsed by the sword light. Some unlucky fellows were directly swept by the sword light, and their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. The surrounding demons and humans fled in terror. If they were hit by the sword light, their bodies and souls would be destroyed, because it was an emperor-level sword light. Apart from the emperor realm, no one could withstand the sword light of the emperor realm. As long as they were hit by the sword light, they could only admit that they were unlucky. Moreover, there were quite a few people who were really unlucky. You! The Phoenix Lord was shocked and furious. Coiling dragon slash. The King Slayer saber in Long Xiaozhou's hand turned into a huge dragon that coiled around Phoenix Lord. Sweeping sword 8 directions. The Phoenix Lord did not dare to be careless. The sword feathers on its body appeared again, and each sword feather slashed at the giant dragon that was entangling it. A series of metal clashing sounds rang out. The golden sword feather and the huge dragon, formed by the saber chi, dissipated in the void at the same time. 2 silhouettes flashed rapidly in the void, and an intense battle ensued. As for Xiaoya, she had also completely activated the power of the golden armor. She was like the reincarnation of an ancient golden deity, extremely powerful. Xiaoya turned into a bolt of golden lightning and kept clashing with Feng Yang. Feng Yang was extremely frustrated. He had used the power of Nirvana to fight the little girl. But not only was he unable to gain any advantage, but he was also forced to keep retreating. How frustrating! True sun explosion. Feng Yang roared and immediately used his trump card. The spiritual energy of fire around his body was vast and mighty, and 9 fireballs immediately appeared around him. The fire elemental power that erupted from each fireball was extremely powerful. Kill! Feng Yang roared, and the 9 fireballs immediately blasted at Xiaoya. The moment the 9 fireballs blasted at Xiaoya, the entire world seemed to be crushed by the 9 fireballs. It was as if 9 godly suns had fallen, and the power was extremely terrifying. Haha, I'll return it to you. Xiaoya laughed loudly. The next moment, the void around her also distorted, and the power of chaotic chi erupted. All the fireballs that were blasted at her were directly reversed and smashed directly at Feng Yang. What? Seeing this scene, Feng Yang was really shocked. Boom! The 9 fireballs exploded at the same time, and each fireball released a terrifying power of destruction in an instant. The power released by the 9 fireballs at the same time was too strong. Feng Yang was directly blasted away, and his entire body flew more than 10 miles away. He crashed heavily on a layer of light formed by the power of the city defense formation, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Stones from other mountains can be used to attack Jade. Haha, Xiaoya laughed loudly. At this moment, she finally understood the true meaning of this secret skill. Senior sister is indeed senior sister. She's too awesome. Long Xiaozhou, who was watching from afar, was shocked as well. She had only just started cultivating the chaotic secret technique. Yet, little Ye was able to return the opponent's attack back to its original state. To be able to return her opponent's attack intact meant that Xiaoya's chaotic secret skill was already at the initial level. Are you jealous? Junior sister, you have to work hard. Xiaoya smiled. Long Xiaozhou was speechless. As she attacked, she operated the chaotic secret skill at the same time. Phoenix Lord's attack could not even get close to her. This can't go on. Feng Yang transmitted to Phoenix Lord. Then what should we do? Phoenix Lord replied. Let's use that move. Feng Yang suggested. Phoenix Lord did not say anything. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as you agree. As Feng Yang spoke, he turned into a ball of fire in the next moment. It was an extremely dazzling ball of fire. The fire was extremely terrifying, and even the void was distorted from the heat. What's this again? Outside Donyang City, high in the sky, Gufei's clone could not help but frown when he saw this. The ball of fire that Feng Yang turned into had some background. It was the innate true fire, a true fire nurtured by heaven and earth. Every wisp of it could distort the void and make it unstable. If this fire were to evolve again, it would be able to burn a huge hole in heaven and earth. However, it wouldn't be easy for the fire to transform again. At this moment, Phoenix Lord also turned into a ball of fire. However, this fire was different from the fire that Feng Yang turned into. This fire was extremely cold, and it was a cold flame in heaven and earth. One cold and one hot, one yin and one yang. This fire was also divided into yin and yang. What the hell? Long Xiao Zhou and Xiaoya were shocked. What were these two doing? One was extremely hot, and the other was bone-chilling. It was rare for two kinds of fire to appear at the same time. Finally, this is getting a little interesting. Gu Fei's clone said calmly. The two balls of fire instantly collided with each other. Boom! Chapter 53:24. Dongyang City was in a mess. When countless strong cultivators of the human clan and demon clan searched the city for Lin Xiaotian and East King, the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Feng Zun, suddenly attacked Long Xiao Zhou and Xiaoya. The result was even more chaos in Dongyang City. Feng Yang and Feng Zun thought that Long Xiao Zhou and Xiaoya were pushovers that they could pinch however they wanted. However, who would have thought that Long Xiao Zhou and Xiaoya were also ruthless? They directly used the King Beheading Blade and the Golden Armor to fight the two Feng clan ancestors. Then the creatures in Dongyang City were unlucky. As the saying goes, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. When this kind of emperor-level power spread out, the houses in the city immediately collapsed. Countless creatures scrambled to escape. The two ancestors, Feng Yang and Feng Zun, were forced to turn into a ball of flame by Long Xiao Zhou and Xiaoya. They were two balls of divine fire, one cold and one hot. These two godly fires were not simple. Even Gu Fei's incarnation, who was watching from the sky above the city, was surprised. These two phoenixes managed to refine two innate godly fires? All of a sudden, the two innate divine fires collided with each other and fused together. What is going on? Even Gu Fei's doppelganger was baffled. Could it be that these two fellows could transform? Nirvana couldn't beat Long Xiao Zhou and Xiaoya, so they used transformation? Once the two divine fires fuse, there would definitely be an astonishing change. However, Gu Fei's clone couldn't tell what the change was at this moment. Buzz! The void trembled as the two balls of fire fused. The power of fire that erupted was extremely powerful. The two balls of fire intertwined and collided with each other. They rushed into the sky and broke through the formation around Dongyang City. Countless runes dissipated into the void. Boom! The two divine fires collided with the killing formation Huangfu Zun had set up. Then, without any suspense, the killing formation that Huangfu Zun had set up was smashed open by the two divine fires. The divine fires spread out, and countless formation patterns dissipated in the void. This, Huangfu Zun, who was standing behind Gu Fei's avatar, was shocked to see this. Had this kind of combat strength surpassed the Emperor realm? If that was the case, he might not be able to withstand it. Huangfu Zun glanced at Gu Fei's clone. If he couldn't hold on, his master would have to step in. In Huangfu Zun's opinion, the two from the Eastern Baron Phoenix clan were nothing compared to the Sky Ancestor and the Buddha Ancestor. Even the old ancestor of the Sky clan had become Master's disciple, and the old ancestor of the Buddha clan had to lower his head in front of Master. What were these two fellows of the Phoenix clan? Boom! At that moment, the two clumps of divine fire that were entangled with each other rushed into the sky and exploded with a loud bang. At the next moment, a figure formed from flames appeared in the world. The entire world was shaking and the entire sky was burning red. This figure was so powerful that even this world could not contain his divine body. All the living beings in Dongyang City looked up at the sky and were shocked by the scene in the sky. If this happened in Dongyang City, then all the living beings in the city would suffer. Feng Zhan and the other descendants of the Phoenix clan were sweating just thinking about it. Long Xiao Zhou and Xiaoya also rushed out of Dongyang City. They didn't want to turn the entire city into ruins. They really fused. In the sky, Gu Fei's avatar couldn't help but frown. Even he didn't think that Feng Yang and Feng Zun could really fuse. The fiery figure formed by the fusion was extremely powerful. Swoosh! The flaming figure flashed, and Long Xiaozhou was sent flying away. Kill! Xiaoya, who looked like a golden deity, charged at the fiery figure. However, the fiery figure waved his hand and Xiaoya was sealed in ice. She instantly turned into an ice sculpture and fell from the sky. Just as Xiaoya was about to fall to the ground and be smashed into pieces, a figure rushed over and caught her. Huang Fuzun, the fiery figure waved his right hand and a terrifying divine fire burned at Huang Fuzun, who had caught Xiaoya. At this moment, the fiery figure was simply invincible. So strong! Blood seeped out from the corner of Long Xiaozhou's mouth. Even though she had used the power of the Sovereign Slayer Saber, she was still injured. Xiaoya was in an even worse state. She was directly sealed in ice and turned into an ice sculpture. If Huang Fuzun hadn't caught her, she would have been smashed to pieces. So cold! Huang Fuzun, who caught Xiaoya, was hit by the cold air from Xiaoya's body. He felt like his blood was about to freeze. Fortunately, the ice on Xiaoya's body quickly melted. Xiaoya's entire body was drenched and her face was pale. She was frozen. You all deserve to die. The fiery figure roared and pounced at Long Xiaozhou. Sky-splitting slash. Long Xiaozhou didn't show any weakness. She used all her strength to activate the Sovereign Slayer Saber. A huge dragon shadow rushed out from the saber and met the fiery figure. However, a scene that shocked Long Xiaozhou happened. The saber chi that erupted from the Sovereign Slayer Saber actually slashed at the fiery figure. Long Xiaozhou felt that her saber had slashed at the air. There was no feeling of strength at all. This, before Long Xiaozhou could react, a fist surrounded by divine fire had already smashed in front of her. Long Xiaozhou closed her eyes. However, she only felt a gust of hot air blowing on her face. The fiery figure's fist didn't hit her face. She opened her eyes and saw a hand grabbing a fist surrounded by divine fire less than a foot in front of her. The divine fire was so hot that even the void was distorted. Master! When Long Xiaozhou looked, a familiar figure immediately appeared in front of her. You! The fiery figure was shocked and angry. Did you have a good time beating up my disciple? Gu Fei's clone grabbed the fiery figure's fist and sneered. The fiery figure didn't say anything and directly dissipated in the void. The next moment, when the fiery figure appeared again, he was already behind Gu Fei's clone and hugged Gu Fei's clone. Then monstrous divine fire erupted from the fiery figure's body and instantly engulfed Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's clone waved his hand and directly sent Long Xiaozhou 100 miles away, avoiding the eruption of divine fire. Are you AF *, king idiot? Gu Fei's clone's voice came from the sea of fire. Wasn't this guy providing primordial qi to him? Moreover, he couldn't refuse it. Chapter 53:25. The two old ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang and Fengzuan, had fused together and turned into a humanoid flame. This humanoid flame was extremely powerful and sent Long Xiaozhou and Little Ye flying with a single move. Such combat strength had definitely surpassed the Emperor realm. Just as the flaming man was about to land a punch on Long Xiaozhou, Gu Fei's clone made his move. He had finally made his move. You treacherous bastard! Gu Fei's clone blocked the flaming man as soon as he made his move. Go to hell! The flaming man's body emitted a violent spiritual wave. In the next moment, a towering divine fire erupted from the flaming man's body and engulfed Gu Fei's clone in an instant. Fortunately, Gu Fei's clone had sent Long Xiaozhou away first. Otherwise, Long Xiaozhou would have been in danger. Are you an idiot? Ha! Gu Fei's doppelganger burst into laughter. His body seemed to have turned into a black hole, crazily devouring the extremely pure fire essence in the surroundings. One had to admit that the power of the two innate divine fires fusing together was extremely terrifying. However, this was nothing to Gu Fei's clone. One should know that this clone of his was also a Khanate item, a Khanate stone man. It would not be easy for the two innate divine fires to refine the connate stone man's body. You! The flaming man was both shocked and furious. He could feel his vital chi being drained continuously. Even the surrounding divine fires were weakening. Come at me more, Gu Fei's clone shouted. Kill! The flaming man roared angrily. In the next moment, countless divine fires turned into fire blades that slashed at Gu Fei's clone from all directions. The densely packed fire blades completely sealed off Gu Fei's clone. Every inch of the void was filled with extremely sharp blade aura. However, all the fire blades that slashed at Gu Fei's clone vanished without a trace when they came within 3 feet of Gu Fei's clone. The flame man was dumbfounded. How could such a powerful flame blade be refined by this guy? Even those who had surpassed the Emperor realm weren't his match. How was that possible? Countless experts who were spectating the battle were shocked to see the scene, because this scene was just too shocking. Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Supreme had undergone nirvana once. Now, they had fused together and turned into a flame man. This was their true trump card. However, even if they used their final trump card, they still couldn't defeat Gu Fei's doppelganger. Here you go! Gu Fei's doppelganger devoured all the fire blades. In the next moment, countless fire blades reappeared and slashed at the flaming man. Humph! The flaming man laughed coldly. In the next moment, he turned into nothingness and vanished without a trace. Extreme breaking fist. Gu Fei's doppelganger threw a punch at the void. The powerful fist force caused countless cracks to appear in the void. A figure fell out of the void, and the entire sky was once again burned scarlet red. How is this possible? The flame man was dumbfounded. He had already escaped into the void, but his opponent was still able to blast him out of it. This guy's combat strength was just too insane. Gu Fei, don't push me too far. The flame man roared angrily. What? He's Gu Fei? The experts who were spectating the battle were inexplicably shocked. Gu Fei. This name had shaken the entire void realm. They didn't expect Gu Fei to be an unprepossessing young man in black. No wonder he has such combat strength. Is he pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? The big shot sure knows how to play. The experts around them whispered among themselves. What did we agree on? Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. The flame man was formed by the fusion of Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign. He naturally knew what had happened. However, Feng Yang and Feng Zun actually attacked Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya because they coveted the peerless godly weapons in their hands. This made Gu Fei's clone very unhappy. Gu Fei couldn't stand those treacherous fellows the most, especially when the two of them had betrayed Gu Fei's clone. Although it was a clone, it was still Gu Fei. Boom! Boundless divine fire burst from the flame man's body again. The two divine fires intertwined, one yin and one yang. The two divine fires clashed, and the explosive power was extremely strong. It has some consciousness. This fire also has yin and yang. It's perfect for me to craft a Tao treasure. Gu Fei's doppelganger immediately retreated. The yin-yang divine fire pounced at Gu Fei's clone like two fire dragons. At this moment, all the experts who were spectating the battle were extremely nervous. The outcome was about to be decided. Chaos of heaven and earth. Gu Fei's avatar spun his hands in a circle in front of him. In the next moment, the two fire dragons spun in front of him like a yin and yang Tao diagram, and his hands were the two extremes of yin and yang. What? Seeing this, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya stared at Gu Fei's clone. Master was master. Chaos of heaven and earth? It was clearly the chaos reversal secret technique to the extreme. The yin and yang of heaven and earth could be reversed at will. Master is very good at using secret techniques. Long Xiaozhou smiled. Humph. Otherwise you would be master. Xiaoya smiled. That's right. Long Xiaozhou smiled too. If she could be so good at using secret techniques, she would be master. However, The Flame Man was stunned by the scene before him. This secret technique was amazing. "Come here, all of you." Gu Fei's clone unleashed his full power. The yin and yang flames on the Flame Man quickly dimmed, but the yin-yang diagram in front of him became clearer. Roar! The Flaming Man roared angrily, causing the entire world to shake. A power surpassing the Emperor realm rippled out. Even the experts who were watching the battle from afar were shaken to the point that their ears bled. Those with weaker cultivations directly fell from the sky. At this moment, two figures appeared on the Flame Man. They were Patriarch Fengyang and Patriarch Phoenix Zun. The two of them were about to lose the fusion state. Once Patriarch Fengyang and Patriarch Phoenix Zun separated from the fusion state, they would be dead for sure. They would have no chance of winning. However, the two yin-yang divine fires were what allowed them to fuse together, and these two yin-yang divine fires were being absorbed by Gu Fei's clone. Once these two energies were absorbed by Gu Fei's clone, Patriarch Fengyang and Patriarch Phoenix Zun would no longer be able to fuse. "You want to play this trick with me? I'll play you to death." Gu Fei's clone smiled. "You." Chapter 53:26. Gu Fei's doppelganger directly absorbed the two yin-yang divine fires on the Flaming Man. As a result, Fengyang and Feng Zun, who had fused together, were in a miserable state. Their figures kept flickering on the fireman's body as if they could separate at any time. If they broke free from the fusion state, Fengyang and Feng Zun would be finished. This time, Gu Fei's clone would never let them go because they had betrayed Gu Fei's clone. He never showed mercy to traitors. "You two aren't worthy of a peerless fire like the yin-yang fire." Gu Fei's clone continued to devour the yin-yang fireman. His fire elemental force continued to rise, and the yin-yang pattern became clearer. Roar! The fireman suddenly let out a roar, and his power erupted like crazy. He forcefully stopped Gu Fei's clone from devouring the yin-yang fire. "Good, you have guts." Gu Fei's doppelganger gave the flaming figure a thumbs up. The fireman forcibly stopped Gu Fei's clone from devouring the yin-yang fire. This naturally injured his origin energy, but he could still maintain the fusion state. "Run!" Without any hesitation, the Flaming Man turned into a beam of fire and soared into the sky, tearing through the air at an extremely fast speed. What? Gu Fei's clone wanted to chase, but he had devoured too much yin-yang fire and hadn't had time to refine it completely. He could only watch helplessly as the Flaming Man escaped. "Master!" Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoyu rushed over. The battle had come to an end. No one had expected the battle between Gu Fei's clone and the two old ancestors of the Phoenix clan, the Phoenix Sun and the Phoenix Lord, to end like this. The countless members of the Phoenix clan in Dongyang City were terrified. The two ancestors had lost, so their fates in the city would be miserable. Master is different. Huangfu Zun was happy. Fengyang and Feng Zun had been beaten away, so Dongyang City of the Phoenix clan had fallen into his master's hands. However, Huangfu Zun knew that his master wasn't going to manage Dongyang City. In the end, wouldn't Dongyang City belong to him, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya? Thinking about this, he became extremely excited. Dongyang City was one of the 5 immortal ancient cities in the Eastern Wasteland. If they could control the entire Dongyang City, it would be an unprecedented feat. The 5 immortal cities of the Eastern Wasteland had always been the territory of the Eastern Wasteland Demon Clan. There had never been a human who could occupy these 5 immortal cities. Dongyang City was the territory of the Phoenix Clan. The Eastern Wasteland Phoenix Clan was one of the 5 major demon clans of the East. Gu Fei's clone had beaten away the 2 great ancestors of the Phoenix Clan. Next, he would take over the city. This was the first time a human had taken down an immortal city. Huangfu Zun immediately removed the killing formation outside the city. However, Dongyang City's city protecting formation was still there. Inside the city, Lord's Mansion, the formation master controlling the city's protection formation was still in a secret room. "Sai, There are still people who aren't afraid of death at this time. Huangfu Zun sneered. I won't let you enter the city so easily. Inside the secret room of the city, Lord's mansion, the formation master controlling the city's protection formation clenched his teeth. He was surrounded by demonic light, and he was even burning his life origin energy to activate the formation disk floating before him. Countless runes appeared on the formation disk. The huge hole created by the flaming man had been repaired, and the protection formation was operating at full power again. Boom! Huangfu Zun directly attacked the protection formation. A muffled sound echoed across the city. Countless creatures in the city trembled. Feng Zhan and the other core members of the Phoenix clan began to escape. Gu Fei's clone was too lazy to care about these ants. With Huangfu Zun's cultivation level, he couldn't break the protection formation at all. Seeing this, Gu Fei's clone pressed down with his right hand. Rumble! The protection formation of Danyang City collapsed, and countless runes dissipated into the void. The entire world darkened, and the countless creatures in the city were in despair. No one expected such a terrifying existence to come. The giant hand in the sky shrouded the entire city and was pressing down. The entire city was shaking, and it was a shocking scene. All the creatures in the city thought they wouldn't be able to escape this time. As long as the giant hand fell, the entire immortal city would be erased. At this moment, the formation master in the secret room coughed out blood. The formation disk floating before him was covered in countless cracks. It looked like it could collapse at any moment. Damn it! The formation master coughed out another mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. The protection formation had been broken, and he had suffered a great impact. Bam! The array disk that was suspended in the void directly fell from the sky and smashed into pieces. It's over. The formation master of Danyang City let out a sigh and slowly fell to the ground. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone withdrew the giant hand, but all the creatures in the city were scared out of their wits. Haha, they're just a bunch of delivery men. A burst of laughter came from the sky, and a figure descended from the sky. It was Huangfu Zun. At this moment, Huangfu Zun was extremely arrogant, looking down at the countless creatures in the city. I say, old man Huangfu, you're just one person. Do you really think you can take over the entire city? At the same time, two figures descended from the sky. This is... Countless living beings in the city looked up at the sky in horror. They were Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya. Aren't there only two of you, your highnesses? Huangfu Zun smiled. Wrong. My junior sister isn't human, Xiaoya said very seriously. Huangfu Zun was speechless. Only Xiaoya dared to talk to Long Xiaozhou like that. Long Xiaozhou was not only the disciple of Gu Fei, but she was also the princess of the West Ocean Dragon tribe. Even Huangfu Zun would not dare to disrespect her. You three, do as you see fit. After saying that, Gu Fei's doppelganger disappeared into the void. This, Huangfu Zun, Long Xiaozhou, and Xiaoya were all stunned. They didn't expect Gu Fei's doppelganger to leave so easily. There were many good things in the city, but Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't want any of them. Give them all to them. Your Highnesses, what should we do now? Huangfu Zun asked. What else can we do? You can't take over this city by yourself. Long Xiaozhou smiled. I can't, but your Highnesses can't either. Huangfu Zun said indifferently. You're right, but have you forgotten that we have a junior sister? Xiaoya suddenly said. What? Huangfu Zun was startled. He knew about Xiaoya's junior sister. She had a shocking background. She was the ancestor of the Heaven Culmination Clan. Chapter 53:27. Not many people knew that Gu Fei had accepted 3 disciples in the Void Realm. Xiaoya was Gu Fei's first disciple in the Void Realm. She was the reincarnation of a powerful monster. Although she was only at the Immortal Realm, she would soon reach the Immortal Realm. By then, she would be the youngest immortal king in the history of the Void Realm. His second disciple, Long Xiaozhou, also had a powerful background. She was the youngest daughter of the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea Dragon Clan, the little princess of the West Sea Dragon Clan. The Dragon Emperor of the West Sea Dragon Clan had dominated the Void Realm for countless years. Of course, when Gu Fei accepted a disciple, he never looked at their background. He only valued their character and talent. Character came first, talent second. If one's character was not good enough, no matter how talented he was, he wouldn't be able to catch Gu Fei's eye. However, Gu Fei's third disciple had a powerful background. He was the ancestral patriarch of the Sky clan in Zhongtian. Huang Fuzun was frightened just thinking about it. The ancestral patriarch of the Sky clan was the ancestor of the Sky clan. He had existed for countless years, and no one knew how powerful he was. If such a being wanted to kill Huang Fuzun, it would be as easy as snapping a finger. Huang Fuzun was terrified when he heard that Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou wanted to invite the ancestral patriarch. Your Highnesses, if you invite that person here, I won't get anything, but I'm afraid that your Highnesses won't get any benefits either. Huang Fuzun said hurriedly, What do you think? Xiao Ye said indifferently, Well, haha, how about we split the things in the city 40-60? Huang Fuzun said, 40-60? You take 40 and we take 60? Long Xiaozhou stared at Huang Fuzun. That's right. What do you think, your Highnesses? Huang Fuzun looked at Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Ye. No, you take 40 and we take 60. How can we each get 30%? Xiao Ye shook her head. Your Highness, how do you want to split it? Huang Fuzun was displeased. However, he didn't dare to show it. In terms of status, he had to call this Highness young master. How about this? You take 20 and we take 80. Xiao Ye muttered. 2-8. Huang Fuzun couldn't believe his ears. 2-8. Cut in half at once. That was a sky-high price. What, you don't want to? Long Xiaozhou crossed his arms and looked at Huang Fuzun coldly. Yes, why wouldn't I be willing? Huang Fuzun hurriedly said. He had no choice. Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Ye were obviously suppressing him. How could he dare to say anything else? Otherwise, they would be crushed even worse. 2 it is. Huang Fuzun sighed. You 3 idiots. He's about to empty out the treasury, yet you're still here squabbling. A voice came from the sky. What? Huang Fuzun and the others were shocked to hear that. Someone actually dared to call him an idiot? However, they cared more about the treasure trove of Dongyang City. The treasure trove was an important place in the city, and it was where the Phoenix clan stored their treasures. At this moment, the core disciples of the Phoenix clan had already opened the treasure trove and were desperately moving out the treasures. When the 2 ancestors of the Phoenix clan were defeated by Gu Fei's avatar, the Phoenix clan began to retreat from Dongyang City. The other forces were still watching. This was because the battle at Dongyang City was between Gu Fei and the Phoenix clan. It seemed to have nothing to do with the other forces in the city. That was why, even though the Phoenix clan was defeated, the other forces didn't retreat. They had a lot of weight in the city, and without them, the city would be in chaos. That was why no matter who became the master of Dongyang City, they would need to maintain order in the city. No one wanted to see the city in chaos. The Fox clan, Wolf clan, and even the Dog clan all knew this very well. However, the descendants of the Phoenix clan could no longer sit still. Their ancestors had been defeated, so they had to retreat from Dongyang City. If they didn't retreat, then what awaited them would be the destruction of their clan. Gu Fei's avatar didn't attack the descendants of the Phoenix clan, nor did he care about the other forces in the city. Preposterous! Huang Fuzun let out a roar and jumped down from the sky. The disciples of the Phoenix clan outside the treasury were shocked to see this. An extremely powerful coercion descended from the sky and directly pressed the disciples of the Phoenix clan to the ground. These are all mine. What are you all doing? Huang Fuzun roared, and the disciples of the Phoenix clan who were still moving things in the vault were turned into clouds of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed instantly. Feng Zhan and the others had already left Dongyang City. Otherwise, Feng Zhan would have been the one to suffer. However, even so, the Phoenix clan had suffered heavy losses. It has to be said that the descendants of the Phoenix clan that could move the treasures of the Phoenix clan were not ordinary. Those were dozens of core members of the Phoenix clan, and they were all killed by Huang Fuzun. When the news spread out, the entire city was shocked. However, no one dared to say anything. The winner was king, and the loser was in the wrong. The descendants of the Phoenix clan in Dongyang City were like meat on someone else's chopping board. Young Master Qing, Lang Shan, and Go Sheng were all hiding somewhere. At this moment, even someone as strong as Lang Tianhao didn't dare to stand up for the Phoenix clan. Everyone knew that anyone who dared to stand up for the Phoenix clan would die. Damn it, you dare to move my things? You're courting death. Huang Fuzun started a massacre. Anyone who dared to touch his things would die. There was nothing wrong with that. I say, old emperor, you're a bit too ruthless. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoye came down and were shocked. Those were dozens of core members of the Phoenix clan, and they were all killed by Huang Fuzun with just one roar. This was a big feud. The two ancestors of the Phoenix clan were still alive. Of course, they wouldn't dare to return to Dongyang City, because their nemesis was there. If they dared to return, they would die. The two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Feng Zun, were not stupid. The treasure trove was saved, but the Phoenix clan had countless properties in Dongyang City, and they needed people to take over. This was no small matter. Where could they find people? Of course, they had to find the local tyrant of Dongyang City. Huang Fuzun was an uncouth man who only knew how to cultivate. How could he compare to Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya? Huang Fuzun directly went to the city lord's mansion, while Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya gathered the leaders of the major forces in Dongyang City to discuss the matter of taking over the properties of the Phoenix clan. Gu Fei's avatar didn't want to care about any of this. He didn't even enter the city. He was still sitting on a boulder on the mountain outside the city. Two divine flames swirled around him. Chapter 53:28. Gu Fei's avatar had defeated the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan. This was equivalent to ending the Phoenix clan's rule over Dongyang City. The Phoenix clan's territory would be taken over by Gu Fei's people. This was a heaven-shattering matter for the entire eastern wasteland. On the other hand, the rulers of the other 4 ancient cities in the eastern wilderness were restless. If Gu Fei attacked them, what should they do? It has to be said that the Phoenix clan, one of the 5 strongest forces in the eastern wasteland, had been defeated just like that. The other 4 clans were only on par with the Phoenix clan. The other 4 clans all felt danger. In their view, if Gu Fei could defeat the Phoenix clan, then he could defeat them as well. This was why the powerful people of the 4 ancient cities had formed an alliance. They had no choice but to form an alliance. Were they supposed to let Gu Fei defeat them one by one? The Phoenix clan was a good example. If they didn't form an alliance, they would be in big trouble. However, at this moment, Gu Fei was too lazy to care about these guys. Gu Fei's original body was still refining the Devil Dao source he had obtained from the extreme Devil Cave in Zhongtian's Myriad Buddha Mountain. However, it was not easy to refine a Devil Dao source of that level. Now, Gu Fei's Connate Stone Man avatar had obtained the Yin-Yang Divine Fire. These were Connate Divine Fires, so it would not be easy to refine them. The 2 ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Feng Zun, had spent their entire lives refining these 2 divine fires. Gu Fei's clone first had to erase the imprints of the Phoenix Sun and the Phoenix Lord on the 2 divine fires before placing his own imprint on them. Then he would be done. Just as Gu Fei's avatar was refining the Yin-Yang Divine Fire, a huge change was taking place in Dongyang City. For the people living in Dongyang City, this was simply a change of the world. The leaders of the Wolf Clan, Dog Clan, and Fox Clan all entered the city, Lord's Mansion in Dongyang City. Everyone was anxiously waiting. Once the 3 great demon clans and Huangfu Zun's group failed, there would be a storm of blood in Dongyang City. In Dongyang City, the human race didn't have any status, but now their status had skyrocketed because the new master of the city was the human race. You really don't know what's good for you. You still want to bargain with the two princes? A furious roar came from the main hall of the city, Lord's Mansion. At this moment, in the main hall of the city, Lord's Mansion, there were 3 shivering fellows lying on the ground. A powerful emperor's might enveloped the entire hall. Under the might of an emperor, the wolf tribe's Lang Tianwei, the fox tribe's Qing Shao, and the dog tribe's Quan Meng were nearly unable to maintain their human forms. "My lord, please calm down. It's not that we want to bargain with the two princes, but there will always be brave people with great rewards. If we don't give them some benefits, who would dare to accept this hot potato?" The Fox Clan's clan leader, Qing Shao, said with a trembling voice. The Phoenix Clan's property was a hot potato for them. Who would dare to touch it? Taking over the Phoenix Clan's property for Gu Fei was a direct confrontation with the Phoenix Clan. Once the Phoenix Clan retaliated, Huang Fuzun and the others could just leave. However, their roots were here, so they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. "You're already lucky that I didn't kill you. How dare you talk so much? Do you think I don't dare to kill you?" Huang Fuzun roared, and his aura became even more powerful. The clan leaders of the 3 major clans were terrified. "Enough, old emperor. Don't scare them," Xiaoya said. The throne in the main hall was empty. No one sat on it because everyone knew whose seat it belonged to. Whether it was Xiaoya, Long Xiaozhou, or Huang Fuzun, none of them dared to sit on it. "Your Highnesses, how do you propose we deal with this?" Huang Fuzun said helplessly, "That's it. Do as you say. You can leave." Long Xiaozhou waved his hand impatiently. "Yes." The clan leaders of the 3 major clans were overjoyed and surprised. They left the main hall immediately. Huang Fuzun was displeased. Why did he have to give them a share of the profits? "We need to find a human to represent us," Xiaoya said in a low voice. If the demon race continued to dominate Danyang City, and no one had the power to resist them, it would not be a good thing for them. "Take your time. I'm going to cultivate." Long Xiaozhou stood up and walked to the back of the main hall. She had obtained a lot of good things from the Phoenix Clan's treasury. She wanted to use these treasures to break through to the Emperor Realm. Breaking through to the Emperor Realm was a big deal for both the West Sea Dragon Clan and herself. One should know that the West Sea Dragon Clan only had the old Dragon Emperor to support them. If anything happened to the old Dragon Emperor, the entire West Sea Dragon Clan would be in big trouble. Of course, now that Long Xiaozhou had become Gu Fei's disciple, the other forces wouldn't dare to do anything to the West Sea Dragon Clan, even if something happened to the old Dragon Emperor. But, after all, being strong was the true strength. Xiaoya knew very well why Long Xiaozhou was in such a hurry to cultivate. Huang Fuzun didn't say anything. Soon, people saw the clan masters of the 3 clans leave the city, Lord's Mansion. Then, the 3 clans began to take action. Soon, the chaos in the city gradually calmed down. It had to be said that Xiaoya was a far-sighted and capable person. If it weren't for the 3 clans to maintain the stability of Danyang City, the city would continue to be in chaos. The 3 clans were also working hard. After all, this was the territory of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan. Who knew if the Phoenix Clan would come back and attack them? If the Phoenix Clan recaptured Dongyang City, the 3 clans could only wait to be exterminated. However, the 3 clans were still confident. After all, this was a city that Gu Fei had conquered. Anyone who wanted to mess with Gu Fei had to think twice. Gu Fei was a madman of his generation. Even the Zhongtian Buddha clan couldn't do anything to him. At this time, in an ordinary tea house in South Chilan City in the southern part of the Eastern Wilderness, a seemingly ordinary old man and a young man were sitting. The old man and the young man were Lin Xiaotian and Dongwang. Old ancestor, Gu Fei and the Phoenix Clan have become mortal enemies. In this way, our plan will succeed. Dongwang was very happy. so he drank a few more cups. In the tea house, one didn't necessarily have to drink tea. There was also wine here. On the table in front of Dong Wang, there were 3 large plates of meat. There was stewed meat, barbecued meat, and boiled meat. The wine was not good, but it was strong. Have you become stupid? Lin Xiaotian directly slapped Dong Wang's head. It was really sad to have such a stupid grandson. It was a miracle that his grandson could live to this day. Old ancestor, this Dong Wang was puzzled. Are you stupid? Gu Fei doesn't take the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan seriously. Nor does he take us seriously. If he wanted to catch us, would we still be sitting here drinking and eating meat? Lin Xiaotian sighed. What? Chapter 53:29. Gu Fei didn't take Lin Xiaotian and Dong Wang seriously. Otherwise, his Khanate stone golem avatar would have dealt with them a long time ago. Keeping Lin Xiaotian and Dong Wang alive would allow his disciples to practice. After the battle at Dongyang City ended, the entire eastern wasteland was shaken. No one knew what Gu Fei was going to do next. The Phoenix clan of the Eastern Wilderness had been crippled by Gu Fei's avatar and lost Dongyang City. More than half of the core disciples of the Phoenix clan had been killed by Gu Fei. For the Phoenix clan, it would take hundreds of years of recuperation to recover. At this time, the culprit of all this had escaped to South Qilin City. This was the territory of the Fire Qilin clan. The territory of the Fire Qilin clan. Here, the Fire Qilin clan was the master. South Qilin City was the center of the entire southern region of the Eastern Wilderness and one of the 5 immortal cities. In an inconspicuous tea house in South Qilin City, Lin Xiaotian and Dong Wang were drinking and eating. It was impossible not to attract attention. Since it was a tea house, they would naturally drink tea. Of course, the tea house also provided meat and wine. As long as one had spirit jades, spirit stones, and spirit crystals, what couldn't they buy? You two are in a good mood. At this moment, the door of the tea house darkened and a tall figure walked in. This person came directly to Lin Xiaotian's table and sat down. You are. The person was a tall and fierce-looking old man. Fire Qilin ancestor. When Lin Xiaotian saw the person, he couldn't help but frown. What? Dong Wang was shocked. This old man was the master of South Qilin City, the ancestor of the Fire Qilin clan. How did he know he was here? Thinking of this, Dong Wang revealed a horrified expression. Was the Eastern Wilderness Demon clan going to capture them and hand them over to Gu Fei? Brother Lin, you have turned Dongyang City upside down. Fire Qilin ancestor stared at Lin Xiaotian and sneered. Lin Xiaotian knew Fire Shine old ancestor. Back then, Lin Xiaotian was also a ruthless man. He once challenged the experts of the 5 regions all over the world. The demon clan of the Eastern Wilderness was full of strong cultivators. Lin Xiaotian had fought with all the strong cultivators of the demon clan in the past. In the end, he even killed his way up to the 9th heaven to challenge the legendary invincible Ling Tian Palace Master. Brother Hualin, don't wrongly accuse me. The matter at Dongyang City has nothing to do with me. Lin Xiaotian shook his head directly. None of your business? The Phoenix clan has suffered greatly because of you. Why? Do you want to harm me now? Ancestor Fire Qilin sneered. It really has nothing to do with me. I haven't even seen Phoenix, Sun, and Lord Phoenix. How could I harm them? Lin Xiaotian denied directly. All right, I hope you don't cause trouble here. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Old ancestor Firekalin got up and left. Old ancestor, this East King didn't even dare to let out a fart in front of the 2 old ancestors. What are you talking about? We have been targeted by Fireshine. It will be difficult to sow discord between the Fireshine clan and Gu Fei. Lin Xiaotian frowned. He didn't come to Southern Unicorn City with East King for sightseeing. If the Fireshine clan and Gu Fei had a big battle, then the entire Eastern Wilderness Demon clan would really fight against Gu Fei. However, Now it seemed that they had underestimated ancestor Firecolin and the Fireshine clan. At this time, Phoenix Sun and Lord Phoenix had already fled back to the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. They activated the formation and hid. Moreover, the Phoenix clan had suffered heavy losses and could no longer fight. Now, only the 4 major demon clans were supporting the Eastern Wilderness demon clan. Now we can only wait and see. Lin Xiaotian knew very well that he couldn't do anything in Southern Unicorn City while being targeted by Ancestor Firecolin. Old Ancestor, why don't we change places? East King looked at Lin Xiaotian carefully. If it weren't for Lin Xiaotian, he would have died many times. He didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Lin Xiaotian. What do you mean, change places? Lin Xiaotian glanced at East King. Since Ancestor Firecolin is targeting us, let's go to Western Mystery City. East King said, Western Mystery City, the territory of the Black Tortoise clan? A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Xiaotian's eyes. Western Mystery City was the territory of the Black Tortoise clan, one of the 5 major demon clans in the Eastern Wilderness. However, the Black Tortoise clan rarely cared about the outside world because they often slept. The old ancestor of the Black Tortoise clan had not appeared for thousands of years. Yes, why don't we go to Western Mystery City and have a look? East King nodded. Forget it. Let's not do anything for the time being. We will probably be watched wherever we go. Lin Xiaotian shook his head. The Black Tortoise clan was not to be trifled with. In fact, the matter in Dongyang City was largely caused by the 2 old ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Feng Zun. They wanted to rob Long Xiao Zhou and Xiao Ye's Taoist artifacts. This was the rhythm of if you don't court death, you won't die. Therefore, the matter between the Phoenix clan and Gu Fei was not caused by Lin Xiaotian's provocation. Ancestor Firecolin was not as stupid as the 2 old ancestors of the Phoenix clan. He even dared to rob the Taoist artifacts in the hands of Gu Fei's disciple. He was really bold. Now that Lin Xiaotian and East King were targeted by Ancestor Firecolin, they couldn't do anything. They could only stay in Southern Unicorn City for a few days and then leave. When Lin Xiaotian left Southern Unicorn City with East King, Ancestor Firecolin finally breathed a sigh of relief. This evil star was finally gone. Old Ancestor, are we still afraid of Lin Xiaotian? On the tower of the east gate of Southern Unicorn City, Hualing Xian said to Ancestor Firecolin with disdain, It's not that I'm afraid of him, but this old guy has no scruples with East King. We are a big family, so it's not worthwhile to provoke this guy. Do you understand? Ancestor Firecolin sighed. Lin Xiaotian had no scruples, but Ancestor Firecolin had scruples. Once Lin Xiaotian started a massacre in Southern Unicorn City, the consequences would be very serious. Gu Fei is so powerful, but he doesn't do it himself. What is he thinking? Hualing Xian sneered. Well, that guy is even worse than Lin Xiaotian. Don't make trouble for me. Ancestor Firecolin said with a serious face. At this time, in Dongyang City in the East Wilderness, on a mountain a dozen miles away from the city, Gu Fei's doppelganger let out a long roar. The 2 yin-yang divine fires were finally refined by him. The 2 divine fires turned into 2 fire wheels, 1 yin and 1 yang, and floated in front of him. Gu Fei's doppelganger jumped up from the big stone and stood directly on the yin-yang fire wheel. Then he rushed into the sky and instantly came to the sky. Alas! Gu Fei's doppelganger sighed. He didn't devour all the yin-yang divine fires of the 2 old ancestors of the Phoenix clan. It was a pity. How can I be regretful? The Phoenix clan had better hand over the rest of the divine fires, or I will destroy them. Chapter 5330. Gu Fei's avatar finally refined the yin-yang divine fire, but he found that the yin-yang fire wheel wasn't as powerful as he had expected. That was because a part of the yin-yang divine fire was with Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Sovereign. The yin-yang divine fire Gu Fei's avatar obtained wasn't complete. Greetings, Master. In the city lord's mansion, Gu Fei's avatar suddenly descended, which surprised Huang Fuzun. However, Huang Fuzun wasn't afraid of his master, because Gu Fei was very good to his subordinates. "Greetings, master." Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou quickly came to greet him. "Go, send a message to the Phoenix clan. Hand over the yin-yang divine fire, or else the consequences will be very serious." Gu Fei's avatar said, "Yes, master." Huang Fuzun, Xiao Ye, and Long Xiaozhou all accepted the order. Gu Fei is really going too far. He wants us to hand over the divine fire? In the depths of the Phoenix clan's ancestral ground, Feng Yang and Feng Zun were enraged after receiving the message from Gu Fei's clone. One must know that the yin-yang divine fire was a supreme treasure that they had cultivated for countless years. How could they hand it over just because of a single sentence from Gu Fei's clone? Was that even possible? Send my order down. Activate all the grand formations in the ancestral land. Phoenix Sun ancestor roared. That's right. I don't care if he kills his way in. Phoenix sovereign gritted his teeth. Most of their yin-yang divine fire had been stolen by Gu Fei's avatar, which greatly damaged their origin energy. They hated Gu Fei's avatar to the bone. On this day, an extremely powerful fluctuation of origin energy came from the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. The sky changed color and the sun and moon dimmed. "Master, the Phoenix clan won't hand over the divine fire," Xiao Ye said to Gu Fei's avatar sitting on the throne in the main hall of the city, lord's mansion of Dongyang. "They're courting death. There's nothing we can do." Gu Fei's avatar sighed. "Master, I'll go kill those two right now." Huang Fuzun said angrily. "All of you go." Gu Fei's clone waved his hand. He mainly wanted to train his two disciples, especially Long Xiaozhou, who was about to break through to the next realm. It was very difficult to break through in seclusion, but it might be easier to break through in a life-and-death battle. Huang Fuzun, Xiao Ye, and Long Xiaozhou left the hall and began to prepare for the attack on the ancestral land of the Phoenixes. "Your Highnesses, it's impossible for the three of us to break into the Phoenix clan's ancestral land," Huang Fuzun said to Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou after they left the hall. "That's easy. A cloud-piercing arrow can summon a magnificent army." Long Xiaozhou smiled. "Is His Highness going to summon the Masters of the West Ocean?" Huang Fuzun said. "There is a teleportation formation in Dongyang City. You can summon as many people as you want." Littleus said indifferently. "Then this old man will watch the performance of the two Your Highnesses." Huang Fuzun smiled. "You want to slack off? That won't do," Long Xiaozhou said with a smile. Huang Fuzun's heart turned cold under Long Xiaozhou's stare. Long Xiaozhou and Xiao, you didn't waste any more time with Huang Fuzun. They left to gather people to prepare for the attack on the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan's ancestral land was no secret. The news that Gu Fei was going to attack the Phoenix clan's ancestral land quickly spread across Dongyang City. The entire city was shaken, and the descendants of the Phoenix clan that hadn't evacuated yet rushed out of the city like crazy. However, Long Xiaozhou and Xiao, you didn't care about the members of the Phoenix clan. The three demon clans in Dongyang City ignored all of this. The three demon clans didn't dare to offend either one, because if the Phoenix clan came back, they would be in big trouble. Lang Tianhao of the Wolf clan was still the general of Dongyang City, and still led his wolf soldiers to defend the city. However, the wolf soldiers didn't stop the members of the Phoenix clan from leaving the city. For Lang Tianhao, the members of the Phoenix clan were like a bomb that would explode at any moment. Now that they were fighting to leave the city, he couldn't ask for more. Soon, one powerful figure after another appeared in Dongyang City. The half-step Huang Tianhong ancestor came. The red-browed Eagle King came with his 3,000 red-browed divine army. Luo Lai also came with his 13 disciples. There was also the one-armed Sword King, Qiu Qianjian, who was carrying his sword. Han Chong also came alone. Both of them were cultivation madmen who focused on cultivation and killing. They wanted to become emperors as soon as possible, so they had no intention of developing their own forces. However, the red-browed Eagle King and Luolai were different. They were very ambitious and wanted to develop their own forces. The four kings and the great heaven ancestor were all Xiaoya's people. These new powerhouses had appeared at Dongyang City, which shocked the three demon clans inside the city. In particular, the red-browed Eagle King's 3,000 red-browed divine army was extremely powerful. They were all at the God realm. Such an army was extremely powerful. This was a true army of God. The aura of 3,000 immortal realm soldiers gathered together was just too strong. Everywhere it passed, all living beings had to retreat. Greetings, your highnesses. In the city lord's mansion, the Huang Tianhong ancestor led the four kings to greet Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou. They didn't see Gu Fei's clone. Rise! Xiaoya said calmly. Yes. The Huang Tianhong ancestor and the others quickly stood up. My people are here. Where's yours? Xiaoya said proudly to Long Xiaozhou. Senior sister, with them here, do I still need to show off in front of you? Long Xiaozhou smiled. Xiaoya was speechless. Greetings, Senior Huangfu. The Huang Tianhong ancestor bowed to Huangfu Zun. So few people came? Huangfu Zun was also speechless. The Huang Tianhong ancestor and the four kings were a bit embarrassed. They were Gu Fei's subordinates in the Void Realm. Only Xiaoya could mobilize them. Even if it was Long Xiaozhou, as long as Gu Fei didn't give the order, they wouldn't give a damn about her. Rumble! At this moment, the entire hall suddenly shook. An extremely terrifying aura appeared in the sky above Dongyang City. The entire world suddenly darkened. What's going on? In the city lord's mansion, Xiaoya and the others were shocked. They rushed out and looked up. In the sky above Dongyang City, there were countless figures looming. The army of the Phoenix clan is here? Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou looked at each other and said in unison, Why aren't you two bad disciples coming up? At this moment, an extremely majestic voice came from the sky. Master. Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou were stunned. Master. Chapter 53:31. Gu Fei's real body had come to Dongyang City in the eastern wilderness. Everyone was incomparably shocked, especially the eastern wasteland demon race. The alliance of the four great demon races was in an uproar. This Gu Fei was someone who dared to fight with Princess Ling Tian and was not beaten to death by her. At this time, the sky above Dongyang City was extremely terrifying. Square formations lined up neatly in the sky, and the sound of drums shook the sky. This, the people of Dongyang City and the demon clan had never seen such a scene before. They were all scared out of their wits, and countless creatures were terrified to the extreme. Master has come personally. Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou were also shocked. They didn't expect their master to personally come to the eastern wilderness. Did their master really value the yin-yang divine fire that much? Gu Fei had arrived with his 100,000 celestial troops. These 100,000 celestial troops were the strongest subordinates of the vast Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was a legendary, peerless existence in eternal world, someone who had transcended eternity. The strongest celestial soldiers under him were not ordinary. The four generals were all in the eternal realm. In the void realm, the eternal realm was a legendary existence that surpassed the emperor realm. Now, Gu Fei had sent out the celestial soldiers. He was really going to destroy the eastern wilderness Phoenix clan. It had to be said that these 100,000 celestial soldiers were Gu Fei's trump card. Greetings, master. Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly flew up to Gu Fei and bowed respectfully. Huangfu Zun and ancestor Hong Tian also flew up to the sky with the four divine kings and knelt before Gu Fei. Get up, Gu Fei said calmly. At this time, ancestor Tianhong and Huang Fuzun were shocked to the extreme, especially the four armored generals standing behind their master. The aura that the four generals exuded made their souls tremble. The four great generals were simply too powerful. In the sky, the 10 square formations of 10,000 people were suppressing the area. This shocking scene was something that countless people in Donyang City would never forget. All the spies watching Donyang City were scared silly. At this time, all the super forces in the Void Realm realized how powerful and terrifying Gu Fei was. Not only was Gu Fei powerful himself, but he also had a powerful army under him. This was no longer a divine army. Each of the celestial soldiers with spears was in existence beyond the God Realm. They were powerful enough to sweep the entire Void Realm. All the experts were very puzzled. Why didn't Gu Fei use this army when he was in the southern wasteland? If he had used this army, how could the barbarian emperor be Gu Fei's opponent? Actually, it wasn't that Gu Fei didn't want to use the celestial troops and celestial generals. However, opening the Hong Sky realm wasn't an easy task. Back then, Gu Fei didn't have the cultivation base to open the Hong Sky realm. The four of you lead the army and destroy the Phoenix clan. However, do not kill the old, the weak, the women, and the children. Yes, master. Yes, master. Wu Jixian and the other 3 generals, who were standing behind Gu Fei, accepted the order at the same time. In the next moment, the bugle horn sounded and the army of 100,000 set off. Ancient banners fluttered in the wind. Under the leadership of the 4 generals, they marched towards the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. Master, there's no need for you to come personally for such a small matter in the Phoenix clan, Xiaoye said. The world is going to change. Gu Fei suddenly sighed. What? When Xiaoye and the others heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Even their master's expression was grave. Could it be that something big was going to happen? Boom! At the ancestral ground of the Phoenix race, a loud explosion rang out. With just a single strike, Wu Jixian had broken through the layers of formations of the ancestral ground of the Phoenix race. He then proceeded to kill his way in. The layers of formations in the ancestral grounds of the Phoenixes were like pieces of paper in front of Wu Jixian. They could not even withstand a single blow from him. Countless formation patterns dissipated into the void after being struck by his attack. Feng Yang and Feng Zun, who had been holed up in the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix race, charged out. However, their opponent was Wu Jixian, who was once the #1 general under the command of the great emperor of vast heaven. Wu Jixian was in existence at the peak of the eternal realm. Wu Jixian destroyed Feng Yang with 2 punches and took away the extreme yang true fire from Feng Yang's body. Then he killed Feng Zun with a slap and took away Feng Zun's extreme in divine fire. The army of the Phoenixes that had charged out of the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix race were completely annihilated by Wu Jixian's breath. Then the entire world fell silent. There was no need for the celestial soldiers and generals to take action. Wu Jixian alone had almost annihilated the Phoenixes. The 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals surrounded the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix race. Not a single expert of the Phoenixes could escape. Wu Jixian circled around the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix race. The disciples of the Phoenixes who resisted were killed mercilessly. He did not attack the old, weak women and children. Gu Fei's method was considered good. If it was someone else, they would have killed everyone in the Phoenixes. However, Gu Fei did not do that, nor did he care to do so. Although the Phoenixes were not truly annihilated, it would take at least a few thousand years for them to recover. After killing Feng Yang and Feng Zun, the people in Donyang City finally calmed down. Otherwise, the people in the city would still be restless, and no one knew when they would erupt. Master, are we not going back to the Myriad Buddha Mountain? Xiaoye asked Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne, in the main hall of the city, Lord's mansion. We can't go back. Gu Fei sighed. He didn't expect to be tricked. Just thinking about it made him angry. At this moment, at the border between the Eastern Barren and Central Sky, Gu Fei's 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals stationed themselves here after killing the troublemakers of the Phoenixes. Rumble! As soon as the 100,000 soldiers settled down, monstrous demonic energy came from the direction of Central Sky. Within the demonic energy, countless demonic shadows could be seen. "Fourth brother, you go," Wu Jixian said to Wu Jizhan. "Yes, big brother." Wu Jizhan grabbed his sky-breaking devil blade and led the 10,000 celestial soldiers to charge at the demonic energy. This was a battle between immortals and demons. When the celestial soldiers, led by Wu Jizhan, swept across, countless demonic corpses fell from the sky like dumplings. The demonic energy that swept across the sky was dispersed by the celestial soldiers, led by Wu Jizhan, and the sky shone brightly. The remaining demonic soldiers retreated like the wind. "Can't even withstand a single blow," Wu Jizhan sneered and retreated. At this moment, Central Sky had become the domain of demons. No one expected such a thing to happen, not even Gu Fei. The current Myriad Buddha Mountain had become the Myriad Demon Mountain. Gu Fei originally wanted to refine the demonic source he obtained from the Devil Cave, but he didn't expect to cause so much trouble.